actually receiving $23 million. And so now, if WAPA has a project, a segment that's going to be an $11 million project, we can actually provide them that $11 million up front or right away, and they won't have to break that up. But again, to putting the numbers into context, 11 million, 12 million for these segments. FEMA has preliminarily okayed a $1 billion replacement for WAPA's drinking water infrastructure. So we're still putting Band-Aids on open wounds here. But what we are trying to do is make sure that we are addressing the areas that are more greatly in need of replacement right now. And so, during the emergency situation, the 35 areas that were most heavily impacted prior to, the concentration was on all 35 of those lines being replaced, that sort of thing. So, again, it's aged infrastructure. We want to make sure that and WAPA has to do it on a schedule as well, making sure that their customers are not they're not inconvenienced while they're doing the replacements and those types of things. So
correct.
But we are certainly able to give them 2 times, maybe 2.5 times more money per year than we had previously been able to give them.
Excellent. Commissioner, I got to commend you for the extended library hours. And you mentioned, I think, on Saturdays. Is that happening for all the libraries, or is it just specific libraries?
It has been. So again, we have 2 facilities open, and what we did is, rather than saying, we're opening on Monday to Friday, we've actually opened Tuesdays to Saturdays. We have not increased our staff. We've been unable to increase our staff. I mentioned our non-federally funded divisions having serious financial issues. So what we did is we just shifted the hours of the employees, and then for the facilities, we stagger the working hours for the individuals so that we have people that are there in the mornings, and then another set come in the afternoon. And we've been open, I believe it's still 6 p.m.
Till 6 p.m.
Tuesday through Friday, and then I think it's 10 to 6 on Saturday. That's
okay. Now, is the general public aware of that? Have you sent out?
They have actually. So I know one of the things that we did also particularly when we opened Sproul Library, was we had guest readers every Saturday at 11 a.m. And so, we could have the fire chief on St. John read, or the captain from the police department. We had different invited readers, a couple of authors, and we would have story time at 11 a.m. for the students. So it was one way to get people to know. I myself actually was at the Florence Williams Library last week at 5:30, just walking around to see how much people were in there on Thursday evening. And, I saw a couple of parents with their small children checking out books. So, and I saw 2 individuals using the computer center. So it's, it's slowly coming
catching
back.
on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your response, Commissioner. Colleagues, we're going to move to a 7-minute round. And we're going to start with Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the testifier. I would start off with Commissioner J.B. Ori, your capital project, you had no mention of Fort Frederick. Is Fort Frederick not one of the capital projects? And if it is, what's the status of Fort Frederick?
Good morning, Senator. Fort Frederick is currently in the design phase. There is a meeting this week, I believe, to go over the 60% design for Fort Frederick.
And approximately what kind of funding we're talking about and what we plan to spend to bring that fort back up online?
So the PW itself, the total amount is about $6.1 million. The identified damages is currently around 10 million. So we are looking at a set of plans that will put things out in phases. We will have approximately 4.5 million right away to start, but we will be looking at other opportunities to do some of the additional work that was not originally identified as damages from the storm, but upgrading the facility.
All right, thank you. And to speak about the library, I think me and you had a conversation maybe about a week ago, and I'm disappointed in the amount of work that went into the Florence William Library, Public Library, and it's not ADA compliance. And it's very sad when the government that is Virgin Island properties are not ADA compliance. I did go there and I took a look at that facility, and I really believe the amount of time that this library was closed, these should have been priority check off on the list to make sure that people that have disability and challenges will be able to utilize that library. And in having that tour, the very bathroom doors are so heavy that a person that has any kind of challenge needs to call somebody in order for them to use that restroom. That's total, just disrespect for me, that a person that has these challenges have to share their personal business with everybody in order for them to use the restroom. It's very disheartening to me. And I would like for you to tell me from last week when we spoke, if you have any timeline as to when these bathroom doors and those doors at that library is going to be replaced and repaired so that people that have challenges can go to that library and be just as normal as anyone else and utilize the restroom without having to tell somebody about the private business what they're going to do.
So no, Senator, one thing I can confirm is the PO has been issued. The vendor has been notified that the PO was issued. So he is waiting on the materials. Last we checked in, he did not have an exact timeline for when those materials would arrive.
Can I ask if the Elaine Lone Sproul Library is ADA in compliance?
It is.
And I ask, with the Atil Peterson repairs, are you guys putting and making sure that these conditions are met so that when this library open, we don't have to now wait for these conditions for these folks with disability to be able to utilize the library?
Yes, they will be in the change orders that we are actually processing right now, Senator.
Commissioner Oreo, I please begging that we expedite these doors, find a way to get this happen so that people that has these challenges don't have to, it's a violation. And really, the government should be taken to court. That's what really needs to happen. We cannot continue in this 2024 having our public facility open up and have where people that has challenges can't utilize them. I really don't stand for that at all. Historic preservation. What is being done to assist property owners in downtown district to rehabilitate their building so that downtown can be more welcoming to visitors and to the owners of these properties?
Well, Senator, we put out an opportunity for people to get up to $200,000 from the department. There are 66 awardees. We've liquidated about $5 million now. We recently received a proposal from our town, Frederiksted. It has been shared with the State Historic Preservation Commission, and that is to do a scrape and paint program. I'm very supportive of the initiative, but it does need the vote of the commission in order to be able to access the funds.
And with those 60 applicants, how far are they in this process in getting that funding? How far are they? Where's this process as we speak?
I know at least 20 of them are been reimbursed. There are several applicants who are in process in construction. And then what the department did is actually partner with
1 minute.
ODR to provide the upfront funding, because again, the entire funding from the National Park Service is a reimbursement grant program. Unfortunately, not a lot of people had the money upfront to undertake the repairs. So we have partnered with ODR to front the monies to the contractors, so that then we would be reimbursing ODR after the contractors submit their invoices.
And you spoke about collecting $160,000 in collecting fines. What type of fines were most of these fines were? And I think we had some conversation where I have a measure that I'm trying to make sure that we adjust these penalties to adjust based on the cost of the property. In other words, these standard fees and penalties that we have are not deterring folks with millions of dollars. And what was most of these penalties as far as this? Mr. Chair, may I conclude here?
You may conclude, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What were most of these violations with this fine that was collected?
So, Senator, those are a combination of CZM violations and building application violations. So building without proper authorization.
And I noticed in your testimony you said that you can't knock down these properties, but can they be put to a stop, complete stop?
Yes, if they are in process, they can in fact be put to a stop.
And thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And we want to say good morning to committee member Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, I saw you kind of sneak up behind me, so I didn't see you when you came in. I know you were there for a little while. Welcome. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, and the listening and viewing audience, and a pleasant good morning to our lone testifier here this morning, Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, as well as your supporting staff, who we don't see here, but we know are following the proceedings of today's discussion intently on whatever platform they choose. And I want to say good morning to them and all the hard work that they do day in and day out. Now, my line of questioning is going to really focus on various areas. In particular, I'm going to first start off with the challenges that you cited in your testimony relative to hiring additional personnel in a non-federally funded divisions. Which non-federally, just so that we're clear and given specific information, which non-federally funded areas were you alluding to in your testimony?
Sure. So, Senator, and good morning. So our Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums only receives a small amount of funding. It allows us to pay for book subscriptions and, balance our E-rate, that sort of thing. Our division, or the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, the federal dollars that they receive is solely to go out as grants, and the government of the Virgin Islands is supposed to match that amount. So, if we do an exact match, then we don't really have an expansion of our program. But these federal awards are formulaic in nature. So unless we're gaining more shoreline miles or increasing our population by the hundreds of thousands, we aren't really going to see a whole lot more money from.
Right. And our population, based on the last census, has decreased. Now, what I'm sure you may have made that call and ask for these increases in your budget, because we're going to have a budget overview coming up, and we have received the governor's budget. Did you ask for any increases in these divisions, which are non-federally funded?
Yeah, we've asked, Senator, but
Okay.
at the same time, you know, one of the things that we know is that the Brian Roach administration strives to put forth before the senators, the legislature, a balanced budget.
Okay, I don't want all of my time to eat up because I do have some more questions to ask you. Now, I want to go to page 3 of page 4 and just get from you some more specification regarding some of these bulleted items. I know you were here before this committee in March, and so I did just a quick comparative, and I want to say that you have shown progress. Some of them in your statements in March, you indicated that some of the items were out to bid, you didn't have a contractor yet, and I see here now you have actually secured a contractor. So my questions, which are aligned to first the Kittel Fish Market. Who is the contractor for this, for your repairs? You said work is going to begin by
it's in
July.
there, Senator. So the bid from Caribbean Contracting Services.
Okay, I didn't see it. Okay, great. And that contract began when?
It is being finalized right now.
Okay. And so you don't have a projected notice to proceed date?
We are anticipating sometime in July.
Okay. Now, what about the Charles W. Turnbull Capital Repairs? I noticed that you had a notice to proceed. That is the one. I don't see the name of the contractor, but I believe you.
It's in the first line, Senator.
Oh my gosh.
4-Star Construction.
Okay, 4-Star Construction. I know what it is. The amount of the contract.
Sorry,
That is what I was really getting at.
with this last change order, it is approximately $3.3 million.
3.3 million. And I recall in your utilizing your previous statement, you had indicated that some of the contractors, the amounts that you had received was over budget. So you were able to shore up?
For,
2 minutes.
For the Turnbull, yes. We were able to secure additional funding.
What's the source?
We are supplementing with 2 sources. One is ARPA, and one is an Office of Insular Affairs IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act grant.
Okay, thank you. And then you also had for the E&M bar, I just want to get from you I see that Custom Builders is going to be the contractor. And what is the amount of the contract?
Give me 1 second, Senator. It's a little over $3 million. I can give you the exact number.
Okay. And I noted that you put this out to bid. That's why I made that comment. That you have seen some progress because you put it out to bid twice for the E&M bar library, and they had come in based on your testimony on March 16. It was significantly over budget.
Correct.
And so now you have seen some progress, and you have actually given a notice to proceed to Custom Builders to be issued on June 19th, which is progress. And the repair should take a year, but I just needed the amount.
It's $3,394,000. 394,872. So approximately 3.4 million.
Okay. And then for the Atherley M. Peterson repairs, what type of improvements were you planning to do with the change orders?
There's a number. So the first is the roof. The roof was not considered damaged, so it wasn't originally part of the scope.
Time.
But we,
Mr. Chairman, may I wrap up with this question?
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you kindly. Go ahead, Commissioner.
so the first thing we have to do is we need to replace the roof in its entirety and make sure we prevent any future damages on there. Second is when we opened up the walls to begin some of the mold remediation, we saw that a lot of the studs had been rusted out. So those were not included in the original scope. The walls hadn't been opened up to have done that. So there are a number of upgrades that we are going to do after writing for and finding additional funding to make this happen.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask the Commissioner, is the Peterson building structurally sound?
Yes.
Based on your assessment, because when you start to open things up, you see sometimes there may be some compromising, but your division, based on your assessment and analysis, have seen that it's structurally sound.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything that would suggest otherwise, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency, and thank you, Commissioner, for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, your testimony, pretty much right out the gate, you spoke about the deficits or the challenges you are experiencing with regards to local funding. And I just wanted to kind of ask you to, and I know that DPNR is much more heavily loaded when it comes to your funding on the federal side. The vast majority of the funding you receive is from federal sources, right? What's the breakdown you would say roughly?
Sure,
Local versus federal?
it's actually pretty close, Senator.
Oh.
So we get about, I would say 47% of our funding is federal funding, but then it requires some match as well. And then we also generate revenue. So our divisions that generate significant amount of revenue, we don't actually get a general fund allocation for them. So two divisions receive no general fund allotment, which is the Division of Coastal Zone Management and the Division of Fish and Wildlife. We have one division that receives about 2 personnel, so about 100,000, which is the Division of Environmental Enforcement, because they also generate a decent amount of revenue. But everything else is either 100% or 50-50. So it's right there. It's about 47% is federal, about another, well, I have the last year's breakdown I can look at for you, but then the revenue generation is then in the 20s, and then the general fund allotment is in the 20s as well.
Gotcha. So the challenges that you're experiencing with being able to hire enforcement officers, for example, more enforcement officers, and you said, look, things aren't where it should be, but we're kind of working with what we have.
Correct.
That's just my interpretation of what you're saying. Now, with respect to those positions that are federally funding, are you able to adequately recruit and retain personnel utilizing the federal dollars, or is it just the same challenge of recruiting and retaining, whether it's federally or local?
Yeah, so, I hope to have a better answer for you on the 25th when I come back for my budget hearing. Because right now, I think we have about 8 vacancies out right now under federal, and then we have 3 additional openings as well. So if we get them filled, the level of interest, I will say that what I have been pleased with over the last calendar year, so last June to this June, was the amount of Virgin Islanders who are graduating with biological science degrees who have contacted me looking for a position in the department. I remember last year we put out a fisheries biologist 1 position, and we had 17 applicants, 11 of which were local.
Wow.
So that's promising because even though I only had one fisheries biologist position, we do have others as well that, and as long as your degree is in the environmental sciences, then we have work if you're interested in that type of work, so.
Gotcha. Okay. With regards to federal funding, I know that accessing federal dollars is a challenge for many government agencies. Are you having any challenges with respect to drawing down federal dollars for any of your divisions?
I don't think we have a challenge in drawing the funds, Senator. What we need to do, honestly, is we need more personnel to process it quicker. Our financial division, our division of business and administrative services, I would say 3 years ago, we probably had 12 people in that division. I think we're down to 6 now. So it is very taxing on the 6 individuals who are in there running 14 different divisions, keeping pace with, because we're trying to move to a point where we're drawing a minimum of twice a month so that we can offload burdens from personnel on there, because you can draw down funds and hold them for 30 days. And it is our intention to draw down personnel so that we free up the general fund for other things and other payments, not personnel if we draw it down early enough. The problem is that I do not have enough people in that division. We just brought someone on board on the 24th, so we're happy to have brought on one additional person. We're looking to fill 2 more positions. We actually had a position for a federal grants manager posted for 3 weeks, and only one candidate, non-local, and didn't really have any experience in dealing with federal funds. So it still is a challenge to find the financial people as well.
Because if you have fewer positions, if you said the cadre of employees reduced from like 12 to half.
Correct.
With a greater level of responsibilities, it definitely has to have some negative impact on your ability to access the federal dollars.
Correct. I mean, it's more about timing and it not moving as quickly. I do have one division that has been on high risk since 2013. We recently had an on-site visit from the federal grantor agency. They came here for a technical visit, spent a week with us, so that we could outline our path to getting off of the high-risk designation in the next 6 months or so.
What division is that?
That's our Division of Environmental Protection.
Okay. So you're comfortable with a pathway towards getting off of the high-risk status.
Correct.
And I'm sure that entails finding qualified personnel to do the work.
And so, we owe the Treasury some $7 million. And so it's going to cost me about $100,000 to bring on board 2 external people to assist us with getting and retrieving that $7 million. So it's just necessary because I cannot put that onus on the existing staff members either. So.
Okay. Thank you for your response, Commissioner. Definitely want to acknowledge Senator Finance Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome, non-committee member. Welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. Next on our lineup, we also recognize Senator Novel Francis. I'm seeing you. I think I'm seeing you, Mr. President. Welcome. Senator Joseph, you are recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Oriole, I noted in your testimony from March 16, you had for the Eden M. Bar Library, you had a notice to proceed dated for March 19th.
Yes.
And in your testimony today, your notice to proceed is for June 19th. What is the challenge? What changed between March and now?
So there's some items inside of Enid Bar that needed to be relocated. We have completed that. However, the contractor feels that there are other things that should be moved out of the way. And so we are working on that process. And so now we have a new notice to proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that clarity because there was a little bit of a conflicting in the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator James, Maurice James, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Commissioner Oriole, since you're the only testifier. Good morning, staff, everyone. First, I want to, before I get to Commissioner Oriole, I want to do a public announcement to get people out to the USVI Wellness Fair 2024. Some people may not realize it, but it's free medical and dental services, no cost, as the Senate President is saying to me, because I know you were there. Yes. But I want to, as you know, I was in the military, so I want to shout out the personnel attending the Innovative Readiness Training. It's 101 of them. They represent the following units: 927 Aero Medical Staging Squadron from Florida, 932nd Medical from Illinois, 439th Aero Medical Medicine Squadron from Massachusetts, Ving, of course, the 143rd Medical Group from Rhode Island, the 439th Aero Medical Staging Squadron from Massachusetts, and the 932nd. I didn't get all their information. But when you go, and by the way, by the end of yesterday, there were over 200 people who had already gone and gotten services. And believe it or not, you can also get prescriptions. And there's a pharmacy where they fill the drug that's prescribed so that you have to bridge the gap before you go to your primary care or to Frederick Said Health Center or any other medical place. So please, also, yes, optometry, also pediatric. For those of you with children, this is a perfect opportunity to go out and get dental and eye care. So it is wonderful what's happening in the community. I want to shout out, of course, the Innovative Readiness Training Program, which brings military members from all over, as you can see, the different states to our territory in collaboration with the Department of Health. And it's just a wonderful thing that's happening. No cost to anyone going out to Complex and St. Croix and to St. Thomas, Ivana Eudora Ken High School. Please take advantage. And then there's the MCH clinic locations, University of the Virgin Islands, Great Hall and St. Croix, and the Elanco building on St. Thomas, and the Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John. So it's very important to all of us in the Virgin Islands, especially our vulnerable populations, children and seniors, to go and take advantage. And if I have another opportunity again, I will talk about that, because this is very important to our community. We need healthy people, and we need to make sure that the well-being of our citizens is taken care of. Commissioner Oriole, I am going to, I almost didn't know what to ask you because your testimony sounded so dismal, gloomy. No money, no people, no anything. That it was, I almost at one point felt like, okay, so what are we doing here? Let me go home. But we have to solve the problems for the people of the Virgin Islands, and we have to provide them with services that they need. I'm going to focus though on one thing that caught my attention was your paragraph on sub-base Krung Bay area, where you talked about the landlord at the time did not immediately address the situation, and therefore you had to spend over 12,000 on portable AC units, put personnel on shifts, and close the office. You know, in situations like this, is there any liability on the part of the landlord? Were you able to recoup any of the costs that you expended during that time?
No, Senator, and good morning. No, we weren't able to recoup that. I think actually what was more of a disappointment for us was the delay in ordering the parts or having their vendor order the parts to fix the facility. You know, unfortunately, we're caught in
2 minutes.
a situation where prior to January, we were a subletter of a lessee, and then now you're caught in between the lessee and the lessor having issues between themselves. And at the end of the day, all I want is for a building to be functionally operated for the people that work inside of there. So, you know, we've reached out to the landlord directly on a number of occasions. We're still waiting to see some of these improvements take place. But like the $12,000 is not the recoup. What we're waiting on recouping is the $200,000 spent on the mold remediation.
I was going to go to that. I was going to ask you, what about the big number, the 200,000?
Yeah, we're not letting that go, Senator. We're not letting that go.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to jump to that. Good. Let's go to the territorial parks and protected areas. You brought on 2 staff members, which is good. I wanted to find out about the grant awards totaling $2.6 million. What specifically are those grants for? And are there any deadlines, and is there any issue with losing the funds? Are the funds in jeopardy?
No, they were just awarded this year, Senator. So the first 2 are 2 small, one I believe is a $120,000 grant from the Land and Water Conservation Fund that, and then there's another 200 plus award. And then the 2 million, the 2.1 million is actually a collaboration between the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas and our Division of Fish and Wildlife under a grant program under the Department of Interior called America the Beautiful. Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up. And so America the Beautiful allows us to actually, it's really to restore wildlife and habitats across the territory, is the purpose of America the Beautiful, preserving key areas. And so we submitted a grant for, I believe, 2.3 million last year, and we were awarded that. And so that will be a partnership between those 2 divisions in the execution.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to wrap up with one more question,
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
if I may.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. This isn't in your testimony, but it is of concern to me. The number of encroachments that we're seeing throughout I can say St. Croix. I can't speak for St. Thomas and St. John. Do you have staff that is able to do a surveillance or visit the areas on St. Croix where you've issued building permits, or maybe building permits are not even issued? I don't know. But I am seeing a lot of encroachments because if I know that in a lot of areas, if it's a certain zoning, it's 10 feet setback, 15 feet. And I'm seeing encroachments. Do you have staff, sufficient staff? And is there any way to come up with some mechanism where people are fined for committing violations in the setback areas? That's my final question.
So to answer the first part of your question, Senator, if the encroachment is done while there is active construction taking place on the property, and it is tied to, and that activity is in fact in process, then if it has a permit, then they would be in violation of the permit issued, and so we can make them remove it and put it where it needs to be. If it is in process but they did not obtain a permit, then they would be in violation of unauthorized activity. When you have an encroachment that is old or is completed, we don't know exactly when, that kind of thing. So that is not where the department can actually then make that determination. There used to be a position in the government of the Virgin Islands called the Office of the Public Surveyor, where those things used to go to. Unfortunately, the Office of the Public Surveyor was kind of molded with the cadastral office years ago. And so that's where those disputes are supposed to go. But we, like you say, we've been seeing an increasing amount of encroachments that are taking place as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Commissioner.
much. Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony about the vessels that DPNR recently received, which is awesome. Kudos to you on that. I know that one issue that people complain to me about is what appears to be private vessels mooring on our beaches. You know, one beach that comes to mind is Brewers Beach. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to kind of get a sense as to how that process works. If somebody decides, yeah, I'd like to moor my vessel here at Brewers Beach, I believe it's like a 14-day period they can be there. I don't know, just walk me through how that process would look.
So one of the things that we did over the last several years, Senator, is really try and take away the whole idea of I don't need to get permission from the government for 14 days or anything like that. The department's position is once you're spending the night in the government of the Virgin Islands waters, you need to get an anchoring permit from the government if you do not have your vessel registered here and don't have a mooring. So what we seen is there was an increase in the amount of anchoring taking place. So we launched an online platform for people to be able to submit for their anchoring permits. And it has yielded some success in terms of persons getting their permits. We always have issues where people are beaching, you know, and that really goes towards rules of navigation. So if there is not a prohibition, like a swim buoy line or something like that, that says you cannot come in here, then people have the right to access the shoreline by law. But if they do so crossing a swim buoy line or not within the channel markers, which are those red and green canisters, those types of things, then you are in fact doing a moving violation on the water. We had one such instance take place last week in St. John where the officers had to respond to because there were 3 or 4 boats who had sterned into Cruz Bay and were trying to leave the boats tied up there, and they were inside the swim buoy line. So again, it's about the fact that we have the vessels now and we're able to respond is a win, an absolute win. When we have, for example, next week or this coming Saturday, when we have King of the Wing, and King of the Wing brings a lot of people, and you know there's no parking at Megan's, so we've seen an uptick in vessels coming to drop people off and those types of things. So best be aware, folks, DPNR will be on the water to make sure you're not reversing your boat onto the beach through the swimming area in Megan's Bay next weekend, because now we have the marine assets to be able to do so.
Exactly. So that will give you a greater capacity to properly police our beaches.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senator Capehart, Vice President of the committee. Diane Capehart, you are recognized for Vice Chair. Vice Chair. Giving you a raise, Senator. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, those who are viewing and listening. And good morning, Commissioner Oriel. But first, before I start my line of questioning, I just wanted to extend my condolences to the Myers family and the Reef Broadcasting family. Today is the going home of Beverly. May she rest in peace. She'll be greatly missed. And congratulations to the Seventh-day Adventist seniors and St. Joseph High School. DPNR, a department that I worked for, I think, about 15 years. And I know some of the challenges that you face, Commissioner. Recently, I attended a job fair held by the Division of Personnel. I was very happy to see your HR director there with all the vacancies. But I looked at those vacancies and I didn't see a lot of those vacancies that a lot of my colleagues who left DPNR and went to other places for more money, better working conditions, I don't know. But some of those positions that I know became vacant were not on that listing. Can you help me out with that? Give me some clarification, Commissioner, because you did mention in your challenges, one, resources, both human and financial. Can you just give me that sense of urgency and how you are addressing this need of bodies to do the job at a department which is a regulatory agency? That's very important. You have a lot of businesses, I'm telling you, that no, there are no inspectors, there's nobody to watch us, so hey, we could do what we want. Help me out, Commissioner.
Good morning, and thank you for the question, Senator. So the main thing with our vacancies, or those that you don't see, is the grants need to be approved and or extended by the federal grantor agency so that we can update our profiles in the ERP and then post those positions. Some of those grants have some outstanding issues, which is why we had the technical visit from the EPA in May, trying to address some of those issues and putting those grant packages back together properly so that we could now get their approvals and be able to list the vacancies.
So you are working closely with EPA and addressing these grant issues?
Yes.
You mentioned high risk. I'm very familiar with that division that is in high risk. You mentioned from 2013. Commissioner, that's 12 years. How are you dealing specifically with this specific division that is a major part of your regulatory division? What measures have you put in place to try to address these high-risk issues so they can come out of being high risk? You've had some very important people that dealt with the finances. They're gone. So how are you dealing with this urgent matter of being high risk in a very important division?
Sure, Senator.
Environmental protection.
So the first thing that we did is, or that I did with the EPA is try to
2
get some
minutes.
agreements with them. When we were on high risk, originally, we were on high risk for everything. So our contract payments, our personnel, our rent payments, those types of things. One of the things that we did is demonstrate to the EPA, particularly for all the non-personnel funds, is that once it's gone through the process and the channels that meet VI code requirements, that those should be approved and they should be able to release those monies to us. And they agreed to do that. So things like monies for beach monitoring, things like payments for our rent and the portion that comes from that, they agreed to be able to release those from us and not have us on a reimbursement basis. They've asked us to put together standard operating procedures, and we've done that. One of the things that we also did was ask the EPA for the technical visit because the conditions that were present in 2013 that led to some of the high-risk designations, well, the government of the Virgin Islands systems overall have improved significantly, and we wanted to demonstrate those to them, and which they found that they had. So right now, the major thing that we have to do to get off of high risk is the payroll reimbursements and the payroll reimbursement packages. And so what we have done is we've hired an outside accounting firm as well as former DPNR staff to come back on contract solely to deal with the personnel packages because they have to do an accounting practice called a true-up process, which is not something that you can just pull information out of the ERP, but rather you have to prepare the packages specifically for that. So as I said earlier, we're going to spend about $85,000 to $100,000
Time.
on contracts to be able to get reimbursement for $7 million.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one question and have the Commissioner respond on your time. And if he can please give us an update, because I haven't heard anything about the clean water on lead and copper, which was a big problem. Are there any EPA reports that came out recently giving us updates? Can you please give us an update on that lead and copper issue that we faced, particularly on the island of St. Croix? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. You may respond.
So, Senator, so one of the things that came out in December of last year, actually, was that when we did the testing sequentially, which was meaning not unscrewing a meter to put a spigot and doing it rather through a tap line, that there was zero presence of lead and copper in our waters. What we had maintained all along. The government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Planning and Natural Resources Drinking Water Infrastructure Program has been working with WAPA and monitoring their water for lead and copper for years and had never had a high reading until this sampling for something completely different was taking place. And so when we did the fully approved methodology for testing for lead and copper through the sequential sampling, none of the samples that were read actually came back with lead and copper positive. Needless to say, WAPA still had an issue regarding the red and brown water, so they still replaced service lines. They still added their corrosive inhibitor to improve the water, but until until the mains themselves, which are where the metal, old iron pipes are corroding the most, are dealt with, like those are the things that would be done in order to control the amount of red and brown water. But the truth is, there was never a high reading done on lead and copper when it was done, the sequential sampling was done properly.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. The chair would like to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator, welcome to the committee meeting. Thank you. Commissioner, just to, not to beat a dead horse, but just to be clear in my mind regarding the high risk for your EP division. Now, and you mentioned that the outside firm or outside entities are working diligently. You're spending, I think you said that you're spending $100,000 so that we can recoup $7+ million, right?
Yes.
So the persons who are working in that division, they are being paid by the general fund.
That's correct.
And are we up against the clock with regards to our ability to recoup, monies that are expended from the general fund? How does that work?
It's not sort of, it's not up against the clock, Senator, but we, so when we first started in the administration, we had fiscal years 16 and 17 paid back to the Treasury. And then our contract with our vendor expired while she was preparing some samples for 2018. And these are fiscal years, so we're doing this a year later. So we engaged the services of the contractor again last year, and then the support staff that was in the department that was assisting, they ended up resigning, living somewhere else. We had 2 GVI fellows from OMB assisting us with this project. The fellowship ended, and then again, every time we would get started, we would have another impact that take place, and so we went from being, caught up in fiscal year 21 to now have to include fiscal year up through fiscal year 24 because we're halfway through fiscal year 24
Correct.
now. So the good news is that, as I mentioned before, years ago, the ERP did not do certain allocations for employees that allowed us to properly have the time and the time tracked. And by the time we're now getting after the storms, fiscal year 19, there's been some upgrades to the ERP. So the ERP is actually, it's much, much better in terms of being able to do what it is it needs to do, particularly when you have employees that are being paid, one employee being paid from 4 or 5 different federal grant sources. And so we're more confident now because of the upgrades. We're more confident because, like in our procurement procedures, that all of these things are now in place at DPP's level. So from a GVI site-wide perspective controls, the EPA came in and reviewed, and they saw these controls are now in place. And so what we have to do is, again, our goal is to say that fiscal year 24 will be our last to need to do the true-up process for the reimbursement packages. In order to get to that point, we have to be able to demonstrate a few things, and that would allow us to, let's say, start with fiscal year 22 payroll and giving it to them to check and see that, hey, there's not that much error taking place here or anything like that. So I'm not an accounting professional. I just know that it has to go through that true-up process, and then there's a level of error that's there, and if we're below a certain level of error, then that means that we're doing the right thing and they have confidence in the system. So.
Gotcha. So it's a matter of confidence in the system.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good. Good morning to the people of this territory. Good morning to the staff. Good morning to the testifiers. Commissioner Oriole, thank you for being here. I would like to know a little bit about the process and the progress of the Hull Bay ramp. I know we had several town halls in regards to that, and the one thing we might have debated over certain aspects of the build out, but the one thing the community was 100% in support of was the rebuilding of the ramp. Could you tell us a little bit where that stands right now and completion, where it is?
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. So, as I indicated in my testimony, we put out just the rebuilding, so the removal of the existing ramp and the replacement of it in the same footprint. So not even what we went to the town hall with building it on the side so we wouldn't have to close. In October of last year, I think, yes, it was October, I believe, we met with a number of the boaters who live in the area. And we asked them, about length, about depth, what they would prefer to see, and they all said to us that we don't mind if it gets closed for a small amount of time in order for it to get properly fixed. So the project went out to bid in March, and 2 bids were received. One came back at $6 million. One came back at $4 million. And again, it's a 120-foot, 6-inch thick slab with riprap underneath, compacted fill, and, some steel sheet piles to cover your ground. So, if we were to break that up into $1 per square foot at $6 million for concrete, you're talking what? That $2,400, $2,500 a square foot is what they talk, or a cubic yard.
Okay. And that is such a huge disparity between 4 million and 6 million. So just even hearing the 2 bid numbers already have me figuring out one of them is a little overdone, if anything. But so with these bids coming in, do you guys plan to put out for another rebid? What is the procedure? Because clearly, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds a little bit ludicrous, but that's just my personal thought process.
No, you're spot on, Senator. It is absolutely ludicrous what people actually bid on that. So our intent, we actually have reviewed the IFB again with the engineering estimate and looked at the line items that were submitted, and the numbers that were submitted were just absolutely ludicrous. So our intention is to put it back out to bid.
Okay.
And we're hoping that more contractors pay attention to it. Now, we realize not everyone who bids is actually somebody that has marine contracting experience.
Capability, yeah.
And they're going to sub that out, which means there's automatically a 35 to 40% markup on there, right? But for those people who do work in the water, those are the ones we would like to attract.
Okay.
And
Have you guys, how did you put it out to the public? Because I'm really wanting to focus a little bit on this because I know how important this is to the Hull Bay community because it's been an ongoing conversation. How did you guys market it, to put it out so as many contractors that would be aware of it?
I mean, the Department of Property and Procurement through the GVI buy system, they have a number of vendors registered as contractors.
Okay.
And so when IFBs for contracting services come up, it sends an email blast to everybody who's registered for that work. And if you are an interested party, you attend a pre-bid conference
Okay.
and do all of those things. One of the key things
2
is
minutes.
when it is a public solicitation, the user agency has to have very limited contact with a potential bidder.
Okay. Well, I hope the rebid goes out, and, just listening here, hopefully other people will participate in it the next go around, because it needs to be done. So thank you for your work so far. When it comes to the boats, I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, especially around here. One of the things the community speaks a lot about is the potential criminal element of people randomly coming in on boats, and how do we really track this? I know a couple of times you guys spoke about being short-staffed, not having enough manpower to really monitor. Do you guys do spot checks? Do you just randomly go out and check just to make sure that you have some sense of security within the community? Because people are very concerned about, all of a sudden you have all these boats and we really don't know who these people are per se.
Yes, Senator. So our Division of Environmental Enforcement actually partners with all law enforcement division or entities in the territory. We often do trainings with, or not training, we actually do missions with the Coast Guard, for example. We work with VIPD. We work with, we work with even the Park Service enforcement groups. So they have, like, for example, on the backside of St. John, they have the wildlife cameras that catch a lot of illegal folks coming in. My staff on St. Croix has intercepted at least 2 or 3 vessels with migrants from Venezuela over the last 2 years. We've also, unfortunately, seen, or if I may finish, Senator, I mean, so one of the key things in enforcement is that in order for them to do those missions, it has to be fully planned out. It's usually headed by VIPD. But what we have is something called the Emergency Support Function. 13 is for enforcement, so it's headed by VIPD. They talk about different mission strategies. They meet, I believe it's every other Friday. And they talk about things that they're going to do. And sometimes we might do something smaller with another agency. So we might partner with DLCA enforcement because there's issues with illegal vending or something like that needs to be taken care of. And so we'll do a mission with them as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that response and the additional time, Mr. Chair, because, our public has to feel safe. And when you're already dealing with liars and cheaters and fraudsters, and you still have to be concerned as a community about the outskirts on the ocean, it's very concerning. So I'm happy to hear of all the different levels that they're working on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Donald Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. So I'm not a member of this committee. However, I was listening to the conversation intently, and I understand, Commissioner, that you are challenged with staffing, and you are, in fact, doing the best that you can with what you have. And I know also that it's important that we get our disaster recovery projects off the ground. And I further understand that you have an important part to play. Your department and your ancillary divisions have an important part to play with ensuring that we are able to do that successfully. So you know that in order to get a CZM, so you have major and minor permits, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And the minor permit, what was the thresholds?
Right now, by law, it's 75,000 or less.
Okay, for a
Minor permit.
For a minor. And that law was enacted in what, about 1972?
78.
78. So that's how many years ago? I think it says 72.
No, the zoning code was 72, but the CZM
Okay.
Act is 78.
78. Okay, so that's well over, how much years?
46.
46. Give it 46 years?
I'm born in 77.
Okay, so you know better. See, I can't tell you because I'm born long before that. But yes, so that's about 46 years ago. So $75,000 in 46 years ago was $75,000. But $75,000, 45 years later, and we have to do the calculation, it's probably $500 and something thousand now.
So in 2020, under the 33rd legislature, when we were looking at the former Senator Alicia Barnes was doing the update, we used an inflation calculator and it came up to about 278,000.
Okay, so you know that because of the escalated inflation is a lot more than that today. Interestingly enough, it's only 5 years or 4 years ago, but it's significantly higher. So what are your thoughts about amending the code to improve, to make sure that we are able to move these projects along and increasing the threshold based on the inflation rate?
100%. It's actually,
Okay.
So if you look at the rules and regulations, it actually proposed a mechanism to do that. The problem was they put it in rules and regulations rather than in the code. And so anytime the CZM Commission has talked about moving the based on inflation and construction costs, because the code sets at 75,000, the language that's in the rules and regs now needs to be transferred to the code in order for them to have the legal authority.
And how will that support help the workload in the under the CZM?
I mean, it won't change. I think we still will see the same amount of applications, just it will shift from being major permits to minor permits, or what we do try our best to help. We do try our best to help the applicants and take some liberties in trying to fold something.
So let me ask the
lower.
question a little different then. So of course, when you get to a minor permit, looks very different to a major. So the major permit requires
A whole lot more processing.
a whole lot more process, and I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
So it takes longer for the project to actually get off the ground if you're moving to a major CZM project, right?
Correct.
So I think, from my perspective, and I'm trying to get from you, because our job and our role is to really help to move things along. You know, how important it is for us to move the legislation to increase the threshold based on inflation. We're talking 45 years ago. So things are very different, but we are still operating as if we are in the 70s.
Yeah, it's
2 minutes.
well overdue, Senator.
Okay.
You're 100% correct.
Okay, so I'm going to make the commitment to move the legislation, because for me, what really matters is, you know, we keep talking about, and it's just not only for our disaster recovery projects, because we have a whole lot of other projects here in the territory, right?
Right.
So,
So disaster recovery doesn't go through that process, though. We have a separate process called a federal consistency process
Okay.
for disaster recovery.
is there a threshold?
There is. What we're doing is, because the projects are being broken up into different phases, like the first two phases, which are either demolition and or repair, are coming straight to the commissioner. It's when the rebuild when the drawings and those types of things will be done. Those are major those will be major no matter what.
No matter the threshold.
Yeah, like I mean, like the rebuilding of the hospital, the rebuilding of Shaladamali.
Absolutely. Well, that's
Yeah.
the way I exceed the threshold.
But what we've
Yes.
done, for example, is I can use like Charles Harwood, for example. We've done this for everything that has needed a demolition permit. So demolition doesn't expand the footprint. You're actually reducing the structure. So we are using a process called a negative determination through our federal consistency to issue those. And again, that gets signed off on very quickly directly by me, rather than having to go through the full-fledged process.
Okay, my time is about to be called, so just
Yeah.
I would, because that's really the crux of my concern today. Just as I close my 7 minutes, just say for me, I want to be clear. If we were to move this legislation to increase the threshold for the can I wrap up? The threshold for the minor permits, what does that clearly do for the work that has to be done in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources? How does that support the challenges that you have with capacity, and not only capacity from experience, but capacity of individuals?
Yeah.
How does that help to move your work along?
It certainly will help on particularly the non-residential projects and the ambiguities that staff is trying to do to assist. Because like if somebody's trying to have a small business and it's coming out at 125,000 and they're only doing a footprint of 900 square feet, there's no real reason a 900 square foot building should be going through a major permit process.
Okay.
When your 11,000 square foot house is going through a minor permit process. So it'll bring some of the small business things more on par with where we are in terms of development, and not be stymied by this 1978 cap, the dollar value threshold, and bring it into real time. And it'll help the staff not feel like we could be issuing something that can be easily appealed or something like that when we're trying to assist the small business owner as well.
Well, thank you for your response, and we'll be discussing this with you more, because we need to figure out, what's that reasonable threshold based on inflation and, based on the field. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't think you'll get any pushback from this body with regards to any proposal to increase the threshold to reflect the rate of inflation. So it makes sound sense to me. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you about with regards to the super PMO structure that we're moving towards with this bundling project for disaster recovery projects. Regards to your role at DPNR and moving environmental type applications and the like, is that responsibility going to be with the super PMO?
So, no. Ours is pre-super PMO, if you will. But we will be part of that, because one of the things that's important for us to know is scheduling and which projects and those types of things. If we're going to be expecting like 2 very large packages to come down at the same time, then we might have to make some adjustments in terms of where we are in review with some of the other ones, just based on capacity itself. But every single project that is FEMA funded requires some type of federal consistency, which means all of the NEPA requirements. That's the SHPO, the Fish and Wildlife for endangered species, wetlands, flooding, like all of those reviews have to be done. And those have to be done in the design portion before monies to go out to bid or even released for that. So it's to finalize the scope of work. You turn in something called the record of environmental consideration. So this is all in the design phase and working with the designers and having them come to us and we discuss the potential impacts of the project.
Understood. Commissioner, when you were here the last time, we were speaking about the bar library, I remember, and we were talking about the mandate by law regarding the archival process. And I think bar was, bar by law is slated to be the repository for archival material for the territory. And I wanted to ask you, when you were talking, I think back then, we were really focusing on digitizing. But I know the archival process encompasses more than just digitizing documents. I think you have an entity that will make the determination as to what materials should be digitized, what is considered worthy of, maybe a
Correct.
You know where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Share with me what the vision is, for that process.
Sure. So
And bar library.
so right now, unfortunately, we do not have a territorial archivist on staff. So what I am in the process of doing is engaging the former territorial archivist for the from DPNR back on contract. Yes, Miss Susan Lugo.
Okay.
Her knowledge of the archives is second to none. And so one of the things that we are working on is, or part of her scope of work, is to develop an RFP for the digitization of the archives, but also to spell out the standard for which whatever the winning bidder is, has to meet. And so that way, the material then has a certain level of metadata in the background and it becomes searchable by text. And so we need that level of expertise to even design the RFP to put out for bid on that. And so that's one of the things that we're engaging the services of Ms. Lugo with. And then during that process, we hope that we could be able to bring on board a territorial archivist so that that knowledge is then passed on to somebody as well and taken up. But in terms of the physical space, and we've gone back and forth on this a lot, and I understand the law that was passed to basically take a facility that is a hardened bunker facility and Enid Bar is one good solid piece of concrete, right? But prior to 2014, when that law was passed, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources had spent $2.5 million of the $10 million in the Turnbull Library was on the ground floor of Turnbull Library to make that archival space. It's an archival wing on the ground floor. One of the things I learned just about a year ago, 2 years ago, when we were doing the designs for the rehabilitation of Turnbull Library, was that there was supposed to be a small 3,000 square foot building, like an annex, on the Turnbull Library property that was going to house the archives. And then there was a little canopy that would then walk over and lead to the third floor. And all of this was supposed to take place on the property up at the Turnbull Library. And I don't know how I'm going to do it. Former Senator Jackson met with me, and he has asked that I pledge some support to trying to get the funds to build that building. Because at the end of the day, the archives need to be housed in a safe manner, and then also have the product of technology as well. We estimate that building, that 3,000 square foot building, would cost us approximately $7 million to be able to do, have everything that it needs in there. And, we have some ideas. The first one that I tried, I was rejected on, so still working on another plan or following up. But, there's just, it's better for us to try, because we have the plans, right? Like the designs are already finished. So this is as shovel-ready a project as there exists out there right now. And so, we could see that building built within 2 years if we had $7 million.
$7 million.
Yep, just,
Okay.
add it to the tab.
Where is we'll add it to the tab. Where is the material? I guess it's really a treasure trove of local historic material and artifacts. Where is it currently being stored?
So the materials that were inside of Enidba are currently in the fire station portion at Fort Christian. I know there are some that are worried about that. But again, like the fire station is the place where the firefighters used to stay there during storms. People have this fear that it's going to blow away. But yet we used to have people in it. Mm-hmm. We do have a contingency if, in fact, we had to move the items because we were going to get a massive storm or something like that.
Flooding probably would be more so something that we'd have to be concerned about rather than it being blown away. I know Fort Christian ain't going any place.
Well, it's not Fort Christian itself, but the fire station.
The fire station,
but,
section of it.
But we are, and this is the problem that we have, is that we have all of these projects kind of happening all at the same time. And, we delayed the Enid Bar project approximately 9 months as we were trying to hopefully get to a place in Turnbull where we could have then put the things on the third floor of Turnbull, but Turnbull was not where it could be, where it should have been, where we would have then been able to put the materials in there. Mm-hmm. So,
because you're gonna need AC, air conditioned.
We're putting all of that. We're putting all of that. We spent money rewiring the building, money on the AC. So all of that is being done. As a matter of fact, like there was no AC in Enid Bar. But we were opening the windows trying to keep fresh air. But this will actually have AC running in it. So we've already installed that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for your response. Senator Novell Francis Jr. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. It is actually 12 o'clock. Commissioner, thank you very much for your testimony. I kind of wanted to focus on some of the challenges that you have discussed this morning thus far. And in your revelation, several times you have come before us, you always discuss the fact of your 14 different divisions. Have there been any contemplation to either consolidate or perhaps at least streamline the amount of division that you have under DPNR?
I feel like this is a trick question, Senator. Good afternoon. So, actually, years ago, we did look at we did look at our planning office and our CZM division. Years ago, CZM used to be a program under the planning office, and then it was separated out once congressional appropriations had gotten it to be large enough where it could be its own standalone division and such. I don't think we've taken I think each of the divisions, those two in particular have planning mandates, so they're the most closely aligned. But everything else really has some very specific mandates that they have to execute. And but what we're blessed by is having all of them under one roof.
Okay, I'd love to broach this subject matter at some point if you're interested in perhaps again taking a look at that holistically. In addition to that, you had some concerns about personnel, and I'll tell you that as we go through the budget cycle, I would imagine that that's going to be a discussion that we'll be having a lot during this budget cycle. But I wanted to ask you whether or not, has there been any creativity, innovation as it pertains to how do you onboard individuals in a timely fashion, of course, taking into consideration their salaries, because I would imagine that with the amount of people that you have lost most recently and your inability to attract interested individuals, salary has a lot to play into that. What are you doing to address that in terms of personnel and being able to, I guess, compete with some of those other agencies?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So two things. One is, I personally have met with a number of our federal grantor agencies, and they speak to the fact that our salaries are on the lower end, and I tell them, great, increase my allocation. That's the best way we can be able to serve that. We have seen some consolidation of personnel or removal of vacant positions in order to fund other openings at higher amounts or rewrite, but the key thing that we need to focus on, and again, you need the bodies to be able to support that, is where we collect fees, we need to ensure that whatever those impact fees that are being charged are, they need to be collected. So we need to ensure that people are in fact getting their permits for the activities that they're conducting, and if there is a fee that's associated with it, then they're paying those fees, and then we're turning back around and putting that into the needs of the different divisions and executing our mandates.
Thank you for saying that, because that's right where I wanted to go in respect to, especially when you look at your building permits, for example, and your permit division, you talk about $150 million of construction applications being processed through that. And I'm always concerned about what is the ROI, what is the return on investment in respect to ensuring that those individuals within that area is properly compensated, so that will again drive efficiency and effectiveness, which will transcend into a lot more applications coming in, because I believe that we have a law-abiding community once they're able to process these documents in an efficient and effective manner. I think where we run into a run afoul is when there is some lapse in the terms of the timeliness in being able to process documents. Then we have a tendency of individuals then taking the bull by the horn and doing things without requesting the permits. Talk to me a little bit in terms of how are we recognizing the contribution that's being made by the permit division to make sure that those individuals are adequately compensated.
So, Senator, that's the one division where I wish I had more control on, because when we collect
2 minutes.
when we collect those fees, it actually goes back into the general fund, right? But if not sure if you've had a chance to see some of the presentations from the revenue estimating conference, but we estimated that for fiscal year 24 that we would generate about 2.8 million or 2.7 million in fiscal year 24 from construction permit fees. As of March 31st, we had collected 1.47 million, so we're pretty much on schedule for what that is. And that is a conservative estimate because that doesn't include really having or seeing any of the envisioned projects pushing forward based off of us using a 3-year average with a 1% increase from the prior year. So, but we know that there's construction that is taking place, and we're hoping that there will be more compliance if people feel, okay, well, I'll just file the permit online after we get to our e-permitting being released next month, or this month, sorry, we're in June now. We saw an increase in people applying for anchoring permits when we released our online option for the Division of Environmental Enforcement. So we're hoping we start to see an increase. But at the same time, the issue of getting no permit is not on the owner, but on the contractor as well. And so the contractors who just think that the department is going to fine and penalize the owner for failing to get, like, those days are done. The contractor is getting his violation as well because he's the one engaging in unauthorized activity. So they need to be the ones to ask the owner, do you have your permits from DPNR before we start cutting this ground or pouring this concrete?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 additional questions, if you'll allow it.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for going again, Commissioner, down that foxhole, because technology was one of the things I was about to ask you in respect to creating and developing processes and avoiding redundancies. But I wanted to wrap up with 2 things real quickly. One is the Lorraine fish market. What are we doing to address the Lorraine fish market situation that we've been experiencing? And 2, if you could address in respect to your disbursement to WAPA. I think in your testimony you talk about them getting about a little over $3 million. Can you talk about what is the expectation, or what is the reporting mechanism back to DPNR in regards to that money in terms of the upgrades that are expected by the disbursement of that over $3 million to WAPA? Thank you.
So to answer your first question, Senator Lorraine, I mean, what we have seen is a significant decrease. Now, I think there's only 3 stalls out of 14 being leased at this time. I was actually speaking to the enforcement guys last week about it, and it's a number of things. Like, we were leasing to more. I think we had 7 occupants, but then, once you get 90 days behind in payment, the department shouldn't be continuing to let folks go, especially, I believe if it's not 125, it might be 150 a month or something like that. But, we have really tried to address the scaling room issue, and we know it's going to cost us, between $40,000 and $60,000 to fix it, but we're not getting the proper bids, and we need to either design something that or improve what we have, or redesign the trough system completely, or just, again, we can still rent out the stalls without the scaling rooms. And people will have to undertake that on their own. There is a little bit of a law enforcement issue that needs to take place as well on the property that's between not only Lorraine, but on the agriculture grounds for the selling that takes place there. It's my understanding now that you have people that are set up and illegally selling products, whether it's agricultural products, fish, that kind of thing. So, it's something that I need to talk to DLCA about doing a joint operation and addressing that situation, because it's the most emboldened thing I've ever seen right now, in it's taking place directly across from the VIPD offices. They're on government property. They ain't got no insurance. They ain't got no lease. So we're gonna have to address that as a multi-agency initiative and just deal with that accordingly. With respect to the disbursements to WAPA, when you get funding from the department as a sub-grant, so the first thing you do is you put in what your plan is, and then the project is approved. That plan is approved for those particular projects, and then we review the receipts and everything before we disperse. So right now, I think we have $2.5 million that is in receipt review process before we reimburse WAPA for those, for the upgrades that they made. But, WAPA has traditionally been the one public entity that will, in fact, submit a lot of their plans, because they have them. It's just now they have to break them up into phases based on the amount of money that we have available to release. So they do a really good job in terms of executing those. I think my staff works really, really well with the water division. Harold Mark of my staff works really, really well with Don Gregoire and with Noel Hodge on making sure that these projects and upgrades take place. At the end of the day, I think we all wish there were more contractors that could do some of this work as well, so that they could attack a couple more locations at once rather than one or two at a time, which is the pace that they're on right now. So, Senator, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, also. Commissioner, I'm always pleased when I hear about the interaction between DPNR and UVI. And I know you mentioned in your testimony, you spoke a little bit about that initiative to restore the fisheries and habitats through the creation of artificial reefs. So I wanted to get a better understanding as to the role that UVI plays, as well as the specific role that you and your team plays in this very, very important environmental initiative.
Sure. So, I'm really proud of the way my staff has thought about things, in that we know we can't execute everything. And so we have to find partners that are invested in the same type of environmental work that we do. And what they've done over a number of years now is see whether or not a project can go to the university, if it can go to Coral World's nonprofit arm, if it can go to the Nature Conservancy. But the work that we're doing, it's not going to be done just solely by the 4 people in my coral reef group in DPNR, that kind of thing. And what we've seen is a really fortunate amount of money available for natural resources under the Biden administration. And so we've done our best to apply for as much money as we can. And so when we are fortunate enough to receive that, then we also partner in putting those proposals together with the university, with TNC, with Coral World, in trying to support the mission, the overall mission. We rely on UVI for a number of our programs as well, whether it's our annual coral reef monitoring that takes place, the rebuilding of the reefs, or the artificial reef, and even to our pesticide operators' licenses, is that the examination, the class, is actually administered by the university on behalf of the department. and they certify the individuals who then we issue the licenses to. They do our weekly beach monitoring right now. So there's a lot of partnership with the university. I give so much money, they should name a scholarship after DPNR, you know what I mean? Like something, and I'm also pleased because some of that return then also ends up on the human capital side. So, our employee of the year this year, Julia Plotkin, she graduated with her master's in marine and environmental science on the same day that she got her employee of the year recognition award. I have at least one other employee in the master's program going into year 2 right now. We have last year we graduated 2 individuals as well. So we are working really well, and then I think part of having some of the staff be part of the university family is they know and make it easy to then transition with projects and where we can support one another. I remember myself being a student for the Master of Marine and Environmental Science program back in 2007. And, when VI EPSCoR was creating it, they said that the purpose of that program was to fill the need for environmental science professionals here in the territory. And so the more people that we can get in there, staying in the territory, continuing to work here to make our efforts on environmental programs better, then we want to make sure that we're giving them that support as much as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Commissioner. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, Senator Milton Potter, and pleasant good afternoon to all the viewing and listening audiences. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Mr. Chair, I'm so impressed with the testimony being received from the Commissioner Oriel of DPNR. This is one of the divisions that is managed very well. It's 14 divisions, and I am in real support of rebuilding those coral reefs. I was able to witness the project that went on there by Lavongo Cay. I'd like to see some more of that. With DPNR, I wanted to follow up on my esteemed colleague, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. But before I go to that, I wanted to mention that I know that it's about $150 million in construction projects. But what I've realized is that the DPNR estimate to actually be on the low side. The actual cost to be a lot more. So I would dare to say it's probably close to $200 million is being generated in that area. And I wanted to go, I was going through your funding projections, the special fund, and I saw that for fiscal 23, you had you projected 4.4 million, for 24, it's 4.5. And the big part was the natural resources reclamation. That's the area where you have the building permit fees in that area?
No, Senator.
Which one of those categories you have the building permit? The program income?
No, so the building permit fees, and good afternoon to you, Senator. The fees from building permits go into the general fund.
Okay, wow, that's interesting. That goes directly to the general fund.
That is correct. All but 3%. 3% of it gets goes into reclamation to pay for the maintenance that will be necessary when we do the electronic permitting system.
Okay, that's interesting. So that means your revenue generation is more than the 4.5 million. Is that plus the building permit fee?
That's correct. We generate around 7 million per year.
Okay, great. And what do you think you need to be able to operate efficiently? Because we heard about your needs. And then I had one other question for you. The inspector on St. John, does the inspector on St. John go in a vehicle, or a vehicle picks them up on St. John? How do they do the inspections on St. John?
So the permits division actually has 2 persons who live on St. John.
Okay.
And then my CZM inspector travels over, but we have a second Jeep that is on St. John.
Okay, good. I wanted to follow up real quickly with the Hull Bay thing. I know that they had some kennep trees that they were talking about removing, some 300-year-old kennep tree. And then they had the turtle nesting protection. And then they also had the grave sites desecration. What's the final status on those 3 items?
So right now, we're not doing any work outside of the ramp. The parking area and those things that we were looking at from before, that is all on hold. We want to focus on the ramp itself and getting the ramp repaired.
Okay, so that's about 120-foot ramp and a 6-inch slab, you said, and that came in at $4 to $6 million?
Yes.
Well, Sapopa. Okay, so I wanted to go back now to the minor permit issue. I think it's $75,000. Let me ask you a question. If you're building a house, say 900 square foot, and you're building a house, say 4,000 square foot, is the permit fee the same permit fee?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're building a little shack...
Well, the CZM permit fee is the same.
Okay.
The building permit fee will be based on the cost of construction.
Okay, so in other words, it's based... It's
2 minutes.
It's a square foot calculation, more or less.
No. So this is where we would... This is one of the discrepancies we would like to go to. The CZM and the odd change fee is... The permit is really looking at your area of disturbance. But what the code says is that all residential permits for single or 2-family homes are considered minor permits. And so right now, we just have one $200 fee for a minor permit for a home. And so you could be billing a 900 square foot house, you could be billing the 11,000 square foot house in Botany, you're paying $200 for that. We think that we should revise to do it based off of a square footage of disturbance, like you just mentioned. But right now, it's not like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I would like to sign on that legislation from the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, who has made the decision to continue her public service, in another avenue. But definitely, because you see what's going on here in the Virgin Islands, right, is they got some folks building them 9,000 square foot home, and they building them in all reinforced concrete. So that means they got money. They ain't even using block. The whole thing is reinforced concrete. And I believe that DPNR should be in a position to take advantage of that, because you see it going on right here in St. Thomas. I keep telling the people St. Thomas is now going to where St. John was, where the homes that are being built, a good percentage of them are mansions.
Time.
9,000 square foot. Mr. Chair, can I just finalize with one quick question?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Yes, okay. So I wanted to get back to the process for having a well on your property. I know that the comprehensive land and water use plan addressed it, but my question is will you still be able to drill and have a well on your property, and what would be the process?
So the wells right now, so there is a process for getting a well. There's a well drilling application. so right now, we are issuing renewals for existing. We have to be very, very careful about new right now. And the reason why is because the territory for the last 5 years has been in what's considered, I believe, stage 4 drought conditions, which means that you have more than 20 days per month or something like that with no precipitation. So we are actually working right now with the Bureau of Land Reclamation as well as USGS to do some groundwater studies and try and get a better handle on what our aquifer flow is. And working with the university, because the university is who puts out the drought monitoring reports on a monthly basis. But, you know, so there, if we find that there's opportunities to be able to issue more well permits, then I think we will do so. But right now, we're having a conservative approach to it. We have to get, again, this is a staffing thing, but we also need to know what wells are active, which ones are inactive. We need to do a complete comprehensive study, which is why we're engaging with our federal partners to help us with that right now. And then, and we're going to let the actual resources decide whether or not, how we're going to approach issuing well permits.
Thank you, Chairman Potter, for the lenience.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning stands in recess for 1 minute. Colleagues, the the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is back on the record. I wanted to ask, before I ask you to wrap up, Commissioner, I wanted to ask you one question based on the data that you provided us this morning in your testimony. I think you said that $150 million in construction applications were processed by DPNR, and I just wanted to kind of get a sense as to how does that compare to the prior year?
So,
are we seeing an uptick? Are we seeing pretty much the same?
what we saw last year actually was a decrease in the number, but an increase because of the cost and inflation. So, the residential construction had gone down, but we also saw an increase on the commercial side, particularly with the projects from the government, like Charles Hallwood, Arthur Richards, all of those coming online. But looking at our numbers from last year, so the FY23 actual collection was $2,843,999, so $2.844 million. Our estimate, and in fiscal year 22, it was $2,567,039. So we actually saw an increase overall in the total dollars.
Okay.
We projected a little bit lower for this year at $2,783,584. So I like to do a more conservative thing, because if we get the bigger projects online, and that's where we kind of follow the ODR tracker for the projects and trying to see what's actually going to be breaking ground and versus like what is finishing design, those types of things. So I think this fiscal year 25, we have a number of projects that we anticipate breaking ground on. And if we're able to get those breaking ground, then we're going to probably round up an additional 2% or so.
Understood. One final question. How does the $160,000 in violations that you've collected to date, how does that compare to the prior fiscal year?
Actually, I can tell you that.
Are you seeing more violations, less, the same?
I think there are a lot of violations. I don't want to necessarily say one is more or less, because sometimes the value of the violation is higher on one, so the dollar value isn't the way that we want to dictate that. But the way the violations are also collected is significantly different. So for a violation of the building permit code, if you're doing building unauthorized, then whatever that fee is, your standard fee, your 0.5%, is that portion still goes to the general fund. But now the code states that you have to pay a penalty amount, which is about depending on which area it is, it's 4 times as much for electrical, it's 3 times as much for structural. So overall, it's about, you pay 7 times more than you would have for that particular area, and that goes into the program income for the division, because the obligation for the general fund portion has been met. And then for the CZM violations, everything goes into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund. So.
Okay.
Last year, let me see if I can find reclamation, notices of violation. Last year last year was 78,000.
78.
So we've seen an increase.
Yeah.
We've seen an increase.
Yeah. More than double.
Yeah. And again, part of that is I've instructed my staff to, well, there's two reasons for it. One is, we have to thank the community who comes out and points out. Again, we can't be everywhere. We have a lot of people who see things and they report them to us, and we respect when they request for it to be anonymous, but they're taking photos so that we can actually see what it is the violation is, and they're taking location and providing that. So like if a concrete truck is pulled over and dumping its excess load out in a gut in Dorothea, I have a picture of the concrete truck with the logo of the company.
Direct evidence.
Yeah, so we going after you for that.
Correct.
The other part, in addition to the community providing that support for us, is the mandate that we have that we have to hold the contractors accountable. Because if they continue to just do without building permits and you find the owner only, he gonna continue or she gonna continue to do that in other locations.
Correct.
And no, they're the ones who are actually breaking ground on a place. And so the first thing a contractor should be asking anybody who wants to hire them is, where's your permit from DPNR? Where's your stamped permit from DPNR? And if that person don't have it, you running your risk of being fined as well.
Correct. Got you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you for spending some time with us today, giving us some updates, candid updates. And you don't just want to hear all the glowing, good things. Everything is perfect. You want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what can we do as legislature to assist you in, alleviating your issues, because your issues are our issues. We have one environment. It's not just JP Oriel's issues, it's the territory of the United States Virgin Islands issues. So I appreciate your candor and your comments. And I'll give you an opportunity to just close out. Give us a 1 minute, close out.
So thank you for that opportunity, Senator. So I just, first and foremost, I want to thank my staff for all the hard work that they do. This has been a particularly challenging year. Like, I would say just the one place you want to feel comfortable in when you come to do your work is at your office. You want to be comfortable. And both our St. Thomas main office and our St. Croix offices have had some challenges that, we are doing our best to try and rectify. I wish I had an unlimited pot of money that I could finish permanent buildings and move everybody. But, we don't. But we're trying to do the best by them as much as possible. But, we also recognize, and the challenge is not only that of the physical space too, but it's also of the diminishing capacity within the department and the resignations. And then one person leaving now ends up being that work being split up and assigned to more people on top of a workload that they already could barely get done themselves. We're trying to grow the department. One of the reasons why we have the spaces that we do is to be able to fill those empty seats as quickly as possible. We're trying to write that portion of it. So I just ask them to be patient with us as we try and fill some of these vacancies and try and get some more support so that all of us together are able to fulfill our mandates here to the territory. Want to thank the legislature, for always asking the question. I mean, I feel that I feel that you guys understand the plight of what's going on in all these different agencies, especially when it comes to resources. We're not a tax-rich society, and a lot of services are impacted by the lack of revenues being able to do so. I look forward to coming back on the 25th of June, I believe, is when my budget hearing is. I believe that testimony will be a little bit more bleak than it. But I think again, and I was saying this earlier, the Brian Roach administration is really trying to put forward a realistic budget, one that is supported by the numbers themselves. The budget that we had even last year, just to underscore DPNR specifically, our budget request last year was 9.7 million. The legislature reduced it to 8.6 million. Our budget ceiling for this year is now 6.6 million. So that's based on revenues. That means that there's going to be services that we want to be able to implement that we simply won't have the capacity to implement. But I challenged my staff, my senior team, to come up with ideas and ways for us to supplement and find particularly federal resources or other so that we can continue to implement projects, not necessarily bring on staff, but there have been some creative things that we've done over the last couple of years that have led to really good partnerships and resources with some of our other territorial partners. And so we'll try and meet the needs of the territory by being creative. But we know that there's going to be some things that I just won't be able to do with $6.6 million at the end of the day. So, but again, thank you all for having me here and for the line of questioning, and always willing to partner with all of you in trying to get this work done.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll see you for budget hearings, and we'll also see you for the land and water use plan
That's correct.
discussions. Thank you. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and... Okay, before, Commissioner, you're officially released, but before we officially take a break in this session, we want to have our two summer students to just come in a well and introduce themselves. You can ask them any no, we're not asking them any questions. We just want them to introduce themselves. Thank you very much, Commissioner. So we can have Shayla Allen and Quanisha Estrel. Please come forward in the hot seat. We're not going to do a recess, but we want to introduce our two summer employees. You want to have them just briefly introduce themselves, their name, what school they attended, and what they plan to do. What are y'all, graduates? No. One graduate. Yeah. Just your plans for the next school year.
Hello, my name is Shayla Allen. I'm an upcoming 10th grader, and I attend Eastside High School.
10th grader at Eastside High School. And where is that located?
In Georgia.
Eastside High School in Georgia. What city in Georgia?
Covington, Georgia.
In Covington, Georgia. Welcome. I hope you have an enjoyable summer here at the legislature.
Good afternoon. My name is Quanisha Estrel. I am a graduate from the Ivan Idarakan High School, class of 24. My plans right now is to go to UVI in August to study criminal justice.
Excellent. Welcome, ladies. We hope you have a positive and productive experience here at the Virgin Islands Legislature. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning stands in recess for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Get your lunch.
I didn't have any. I came for one.
Following up.
nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. No skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat, the mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. apart to pieces. It's to me you're like a red rose. Woman, come back my way. Every time I see a red rose, a red wine. Or a red wine, yeah. Every time I see a red rose. You're all that I'm thinking of. You're more than just a friend. Love up pour like some every rain shower. I miss you even when it's only been an hour. You're all that I want to love from now until the
Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting of June 3rd, 2024 is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 2?
Good afternoon. The committee, in Block 2, the committee will receive an update from the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The topics to be discussed may include, but not be limited to, the department's planned, ongoing, and completed projects, as well as the status of all disaster-related federal funding designated for the department. Additionally, the committee will receive an update as to any challenges pertaining to the department's role in the territory's disaster recovery. Invited testifier, the Honorable Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I want to extend good afternoon to Commissioner Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, as well as Ms. Calwood from the Department of Education, Chanel Calwood. These are really two key players when it comes to education and education infrastructure in the territory. I really want to express kudos to the Commissioner for being here. She could have easily said, Senator Potter, you know what time it is, you know what time of year this is. It's graduation season. I know she's been making the rounds to, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 graduations territory-wide, not just here in St. Thomas. So the fact that she agreed to be here and put together a very thoughtful, informative presentation, I am definitely very appreciative to you, Commissioner. So, Commissioner, I'd like to get you to put your name on the record. Ms. Calwood, you also put your name on the record just so we can test the mic, and then you can move forward with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chanel Calwood, Architect, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Thank you very much, ladies. Commissioner,
yes,
you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning Committee Chair, Senator Milton Potter, Vice Chair, Senator Diane T.K. Pratt, committee members, Senators Franklin D. Johnson, Alma Francis Heilega, Kenneth L. Gittins, Maurice C. James, and Carla J. Joseph, and any non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, and I have the honor of serving the students and families of the Virgin Islands as the Commissioner of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the planned, ongoing, and completed disaster recovery projects and their potential impacts on our students, faculty, and staff at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I want to take a moment to commend you and the committee members for your ongoing collaboration with the department and our shared objectives. This body has shown tremendous support and responsiveness as we strive to enhance public education in the territory. At VIDE, our initiatives are centered on reforming, rebranding, and rebuilding public education in the territory. Starting in 2017, we embarked on a journey together to rebuild the public education infrastructure in the territory. I am thrilled to report we have received approximately $3.4 billion from FEMA Approximately 3.3 billion is coming from FEMA Public Assistance Program for the permanent work and 0.1 billion from FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for safe rooms. Today, I am here to address modernization projects across the territory. Education is the cornerstone of our society and shaping the future of our workforce, economy, and civic engagement. As such, it is imperative that we prioritize adequate funding to support our schools, educators, and students. With me this afternoon is none other than Chanel Carwood, VIDE architect and lead on all disaster recovery projects. Additional VIDE personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. Over the summer break, our dedicated maintenance team will be working diligently to address potential issues and implement necessary upgrades. We believe it is crucial to maintain a conducive and safe environment for our students' growth and development. The department has established a petty cash system where maintenance directors in both districts can have access to funding, actually in the amount of $50,000 for emergency repairs at our sites. That funding is housed at the superintendent's offices and make it accessible to our maintenance directors. And this has helped the department tremendously in expediting the emergency repairs to VIDE facilities. The division is also in the process of scoping out services to solicit service contracts with local vendors so that in the event we have an immediate need, for example, air quality testing, mold remediation, the awarded contractor could be tasked and respond to situations immediately to remediate. The establishment of the School Maintenance and Construction Bureau is also underway. The post of executive director has been filled, and that person is expected to start on June 17, 2024. So the maintenance directors were very elated to see the increase in local funding being given to the division with the establishment of the Bureau. Historically, maintenance has received $2 million territory-wide, and it has now increased to $5 million territory-wide. I want to thank this body for your favorable approval. In addition, the Bureau has received a one-time amount of $7.5 million and the reprogramming funding from the PFA, which is Public Finance Authority, in the amount of $3,417,978.25. Disaster recovery projects and new schools. The Virgin Islands Department of Education supports all public schools on the islands, providing resources and leadership for more than 44 instructional and support locations and nearly 10,000 students territory-wide. USVI public schools are currently offering powerful educational experiences within their classrooms, but in many cases are challenged to provide the resources and support needed for future-ready learning. In September of 2017, 2 Category 5 hurricanes caused catastrophic damage across the territory. Now, in 2024, we are rebuilding. We are implementing the Educational Facilities Master Plan to support teaching and learning with equity for all students by building infrastructure to support a future-ready vision for public schools. And you will see a picture of the Wheatley site, which was our first modernization project. Challenges. We've been busy launching a $3.4 billion capital improvement program and the Office of Disaster Recovery has been instrumental in our achieving this unprecedented funding milestone. When the funds were obligated, we were ready with a plan in hand that was developed with the community and approved by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. We have tightened our belt and reduced our footprint to what we can afford to maintain while building in capacity for growth. We have struck the right balance between quantity and quality, and are confident that we can deliver schools that will serve our students now and far into the future. The challenges we have faced, lessons learned, and potential obstacles are shown in the following table, along with the next steps to address these challenges and keep us moving. So 1, escalation. FEMA funding is fixed. Time is eaten away at our budgets. The longer we take to get work under contract, the more things cost. Comments, we are establishing a process for setting aside a reserve to use in ways that maintain the integrity of the master plan and ensure what we build is equitable and of quality. 2, contracting and procurement time. New contract templates and RFPs are required for modern delivery methods. We are working with ODR's legal team to draft design, build, and construction manager at-risk contract templates for inclusion in future RFPs. We are also negotiating change orders, not just accepting them, to reduce the cost on work in progress. 3, technical support experienced in school building. We have retained project management firms to assist us in program management and a criteria architect firm to ensure the quality of the buildings are equitable across the campuses, even though they are designed by different architects and engineers. Prompt payment. We are overlapping our workflows and coordinating weekly with ODR and other agencies to develop the supporting information required to request FEMA approval on each project step timely. Communication. We are holding quarterly meetings with a new school construction advisory board to keep them informed, as well as the general public. Campus communication. We are establishing campus construction teams to meet regularly with the contractors and receive updates. Funding. We have attained the funding that will allow us to transform our educational system into forward-facing 21st century model. Indeed, I represented the territory as a closing keynote speaker for the 2023 annual conference of the national organization called Association for Learning Environments. At that time, our school construction program is among the largest and most comprehensive in the United States and was recognized by the Association for Learning Environments Executive Board in the first ever board award to the United States Virgin Islands. The funds will be used to build out the Virgin Islands Department of Education's footprint of the future to ensure all students attend schools in equally appointed learning environments. The following chart outlines the funding received by the district and the planned ongoing and future projects as shown in the list below. More than half of the projects, 12 projects, are being designed. 3 of the 12 have construction contracts being signed, and 2 of the 12 are under construction. The projects marked with the asterisk are out for bid in St. Thomas Bundle 1, and that's a $1 billion bundle. Completed ongoing and planned projects We have the Whitley Discovery Center, which was phase 1, has been completed, which is the CAHS 9th grade annex. Phase 2 is pending. Whitley was modernized and is used jointly by the Skill Center and the 9th graders for the 9th grade academy. This pilot project demonstrates a few key features such as flexible furniture that meets the needs of students of various sizes and allows students to move, and movable walls that teachers can open to do collaborative lessons. You will see some pictures of the Whitley Skill Center for your viewing. Ongoing projects which are under construction. We have the Arthur A. Richards Pre-K to 8 at the Evelyn Williams campus, which is a new build. When completed, the school will have a capacity to serve 1,070 students. The project being delivered through a design-build contract. Design work has progressed to 90%. Demolition has been completed, and construction is ongoing. The gymnasium is designed to serve as a safe room and will be used by the community as a hurricane shelter. The school's projected opening date is August 2026. The school will feature a separate learning community building for students in grade 6 through 8 on the west side of the campus. The gymnasium is designed to serve as a safe room, which was mentioned, and below you will see a view of the new design for the Arthur Richards. And if you turn to the next page, you will see a picture of the construction that is ongoing at that site. And when I'm in St. Croix, I take it upon myself to show up because I want to catch them off guard. I really see the type of work and the progress that's being made. The Ralph Whitley Skills Center at Gladys A. Abraham campus is also another modernization. The Abraham campus is being modernized and expanded to serve as a new home for the adult career and technical education programs. The spaces have been designed to be flexible and support a number of programs, included but not limited to a teaching kitchen for the culinary arts, a computer-aided design CAD lab with 3D printing for students in construction technology, a fully furnished cosmetology lab, an automotive lab, and many more. The project is being delivered through a design-build contract. Phase 1 construction is 90% complete and will be open later this year, pending FEMA's approval of additional scope. The Abraham Phase 2 contract is under review for the expansion of the culinary kitchen, additional teaching space upstairs, and additional lobby and administrative spaces. You will see on the next page a picture, or on that page you'll see a picture of the newly renovated Abraham site, which looks very good. Senators, if you have not been there, schedule a visit. We have some classrooms posted. You have the lab and you have the cosmetology wing, and then in the evening, that's how the campus looks. Ongoing projects, these are under design. Renderings are being designed and done by the DLR group. We have Alexander Henderson Pre-K to 8, which is a new build. Alexander Henderson Pre-K to 8 is a new build project serving 575 students in grades Pre-K to 8. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents and will be part of the St. Croix educational bundle, which will be 3, but it will be the first bundle for St. Croix, which is scheduled to go out for bids early in the first quarter of next year. You'll see some renderings of the 30% design for the Alexander Henderson site. Then we have the Bertha C. Bush Shelter Pre-K to 8 modernization with 30% design completed, construction contract pending signature. Bertha C. Bush Shelter will serve as a Pre-K to 8. It's a modernization project and will serve 1,070 students in those respective grades. The project creates a Pre-K center with its own entrance, 2 wings for elementary students, and a building dedicated for 6 through 8 with gated entry. The auditorium suite will be a hardened safe room and serve as a hurricane shelter. Young children in Bovoni and Nada will attend the school in their area. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents, and the design build contract is pending. Again, you will see the layout of the new prospective design for the BCB. The picture at the bottom, you could see the difference in how the entrance to the existing campus will be modernized to look more 21st century ready for our children. Charlotte Amalia High School is also a new build with 30% of the design completed, and construction contract is pending. And just to note, Senators, the BCB and Charlotte Amalia High School contract is bundled into one, right? And so the new Charlotte Amalia High School will serve 1,350 students in grades 9 through 12, supporting adult career and technical education for evening classes. The school will feature outdoor learning spaces, customized spaces for JROTC program, a new library media center with space for the Danish archives and alumni history, and more. The gymnasium is designed also to serve as a safe room and will be used by the community as a hurricane shelter. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents, and the design build contract is pending award. Demolition will begin after the historic preservation mitigation measures are completed. And below you see the new renderings for the new Charlotte Amalia High School. Claro Marco, pre-K to 8, also a new build, 30% design completed. Claro Marco will house 1,070 students in grades pre-K to 8. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents and will be bid as St. Croix Education bundling in the first quarter of next year. You see the picture of the Claro Marco rendering. Then we have EWA, which is the Edith Williams Alternative Academy, which is also a new build. Design programming is in progress. Edith Williams will serve students in grades 7 to 12. The school will serve students in need of additional academic support outside of the home school. Architectural services have been awarded through ODR Master Agreement. The project is in programming phase of design. In April of 2024, the design team met with the VIDE leadership team, principals, teachers, CTE director, CTE board executive director, and students to kick off the school programming visioning session. Discussions with VIDE leadership and special education are taking place to finalize the program to meet the territory's need. You'll see a picture below of that visioning meeting. Julius E. Sprouse School, pre-K to 12, new build on the island of St. John, will serve 460 students in grades pre-K through 12. The government of the Virgin Islands recently acquired land at Estate Katerinburg for the school. And so this bundle will be the second bundle that goes out from the Office of Disaster Recovery and will be solicited with the Myra Keaton Healthcare Center solicitation. We have Lockhart, pre-K to 8, and this is 30% completed. It's included in bundle 1 that has been released. Lockhart will house 1,070 students in grades pre-K to 8. Students in grades 6 to 8 will be in a separate part of the campus in their own building. The project includes a new gymnasium and athletic field. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents and is out for bid as part of the St. Thomas Educational Bundle 1. St. Croix Central High School, new build, 30% design completed, construction contract has been signed, and the same contractor that has the existing contract to build the new Arthur Richards MCN build has been awarded that contract. The new St. Croix Central High School New build project serves students in grades 9 through 12 with spaces to support agriculture and technology, CTech programs, and media and the arts. A wellness pavilion requested by the students will be built early in the project. Design has advanced to 30% bridging documents, and the design build contract is pending award. Demolition of the damaged gymnasium will begin first, and the first phase of construction will start on the south side of the campus. The construction will be completed in phases working from the south to the north. You see pictures of the renderings of the school as well as work meetings with our stakeholders. St. Croix Education Complex. Educational Complex is a modernization. The design programming is in progress. St. Croix Educational Complex and CTech High School is a modernization and addition project serving students in grades 9 through 12 and adult career and technical education in the evenings. The school will accommodate a growth from serving 893 students to a target of 1,500 when completed. Architecture firm has been awarded through the ODR agreement, through the ODR Architecture and Engineering Indefinite Delivery, Indefinite Quantity Master Agreement. The project is in the programming phase of design. In May of 2024, the design team and VIDE operations new school unit staff held a workshop with the VIDE leadership team, Ed Complex and CTech principals, teachers, and students to kick off the school programming visioning sessions. Focus groups with lead teachers in academic disciplines, career pathways, and administrators will be completed before the teachers leave for summer break, which was done. St. Thomas, St. John Education Administrative Center. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is currently in negotiation for the purchase of land at the former Island Block location. We're going through negotiations as we speak. St. Croix Education Administration Center. The department has obtained FEMA approval to acquire property to build the administrative center to house district and state offices to include all warehousing. Design programming has begun. The land purchase includes 23 acres and is completed, and it's the old Diageo warehousing in St. Croix, and the design programming has begun. Planned projects. We're planning the construction of new facilities to accommodate the growing needs of our student body. This includes new classrooms, laboratories, and multi-purpose spaces designed to foster collaboration and innovation. Each learning community will include space for teachers to work and prep, and spaces for students to receive hands-on project-based learning, small group instruction, as well as indoor-outdoor learning spaces. Traditional classrooms are transformed into learning studios with mobile furniture of various sizes that students and teachers can easily reconfigure to support differentiated instruction. The learning studios will be technology-rich and filled with natural light. Below you will find the projects that denote the St. Thomas bundling have the asterisk next to it. So we have, again, recapping, we have the Alfredo Andrews Pre-K to 8 new build, Dunbarton Alternative Academy, E. Benjamin Oliver Modernization and Addition, Guy Benjamin Cultural and Center and Park Modernization, Ivana Udorakan High School new build, Jane E. Tuitt Pre-K to 3rd new build, John H. Woodson Discovery Center Modernization, Juanita Gardine Pre-K to 8 new build, Pearl B. Larson Pre-K to 8 new build, Ola F. Muller Pre-K to 8 new build, and Yvonne Milenabowski Pre-K to 8 with 6 to 8 modernization and addition. out to bid. Planning future-facing learning spaces. Our schools, like most schools have been built more than 40 years ago, rely primarily on the traditional classroom as the main learning space, and all classrooms are the same size. The traditional classroom is designed for 30 students to sit and receive a lecture form from the teacher, and students remain inside the classroom other than to go to special classes or lunch. Educational practice has designed significantly since we were in school. The lecture is one of many teaching modes, and teachers are expected to use other teaching modes most of the time. The DLR group worked with the New School Construction Advisory Board and provided images of flexible learning spaces that you will see in the following pages. The different types of spaces that will be included in every learning community to accommodate the differentiated instruction as shown in the diagram. These spaces are of different sizes and configuration. The term learning studio replaces the term classroom. So you'll see designs, for example, that are in the lecture style, auditorium style. You may see designs where you have tables grouped in 5 for collaborative learning. You may see a whole group setting where desks are in a circle for Socratic learning experiences. So the teachers will have choice of the type of instruction that supports the lessons that they are introducing to the students. These are some pictures of the different types of designs in futuristic classrooms. The bottom shows the New School Construction team when they were collaborating and looking at the different learning spaces that we wanted to incorporate into our design. We also wanted to make sure that inquiry-based learning, project-based learning was at the forefront, and we wanted to give teachers the opportunity to have indoor-outdoor learning experiences in our new designs. Planning for the furniture. And this is something that I don't think, even as an educator, that I spend that much time focusing on, but research will show you that the design and the type of furniture that you have within the classroom really impacts student instructional experiences and learning experiences. And so we are working to furnish our schools with furniture that has been researched and designed to support the needs of the growing children. The new furniture will not be one size fits all. Rather, it supports students' natural need for movement and play throughout the day. Spaces will be designed to allow students to take breaks from the larger group while still being under a watchful eye and care of the teacher. The furniture is critical to the success of our buildings as educational spaces and supports the whole child in social and emotional learning. And when I was superintendent, I had the opportunity to visit advanced placement English classroom at Ivana Udorakan High School. And that teacher knew about learning spaces and the different types of furniture. So when the students came into the classroom, this is advanced placement, they had an opportunity to sit at a couch. Any place they chose that was comfortable to them. So having spaces where students have choice also helps them to be comfortable in their learning environments. So planning for current technical education spaces, we've been busy working with education and industry leaders to develop architectural programming for facilities that support current technical education. CTE facilities are integrated into the design of our new schools and the modernization for our high schools. VIDE and architects are working with CTE State Director Dr. Monique Faulkner and Director of Instructional Development Yvette McMahon-Arnold, Dr. Arnold, and coordinating with curriculum development committees to match CTE curriculum with the building infrastructure. And you'll see some of those types of meetings. What we do want to make sure that we do is have our schools with more of a magnet focus and give our students more opportunities to choose rather than trying to duplicate services from one school to the next. Planning for career and technical education spaces continued. We've established a CTE partner committee, which includes the state directors mentioned, as well as the CTE board, the Board of Education, UVI, government agencies, and territory and mainland industry partners to ensure that the new schools and modernization initiative portfolio is built to meet the future training and employer needs of the territory. Last but not least, planning for sustainability and net zero ready. We've designed the schools to be net zero ready. Schools will have solar panels and the infrastructure to accommodate additional batteries that would serve off-the-grid operation for extended periods. This will reduce operating costs and cause minimal interruptions to the instructional process. While FEMA did not provide funding for the full net zero campuses that would operate independently of WAPA and put excess power back into the grid to help WAPA, VIDE will work with the Office of the Governor's Energy Office to pursue additional opportunities for grant funding. In conclusion, I implore this committee to prioritize education funding in your deliberations when it comes to the allocations. By investing in our schools and students today, we are investing in the future prosperity and well-being of the territory. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue, and I stand ready to assist in any way possible. Ms. Coward and I are prepared to answer any questions regarding my testimony and provide additional information and clarifications as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for a very comprehensive, informative presentation. I just have one question, and I think just for my edification, maybe, and that of the general public. What's the difference between the design-build phase versus the design phase?
Okay, I'll have Ms. Callwood elaborate on that.
Okay, if it is in the design build phase, it means that we have selected a contractor to do both finishing the design and the construction. If it's in the design phase, we only have an architect on board working on plans.
Understood. Is it coincidental that most of the projects that are in the design phase are 30% complete?
Yes.
Intentional.
What does
Yes.
the 30% entail?
Once the design is 30% complete, we can apply for a federal consistency determination from DPNR, and that's the milestone for FEMA to give us permission to use monies for construction.
Gotcha.
So we want to at least get the design to 30%, and that is enough for us to put it out to bid for a design build, and then a contractor will come teamed up with the architect. They will finish the drawings, and they will build it. And because they and the architect are working together as a team, they start some of the construction. They get their earth change permit first from DPNR, and they start working while their architect is finishing the plans.
Understood.
And that's what you will see, Senator, when you visit the Arthur Richards site.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that they're still working on the design, right?
Yes.
And construction is on the way. So that helps us to stay on track
Understood.
as much as possible
Yes.
with our tight schedules.
I want to make it a priority to visit Arthur Richards when I go to St. Croix later on this week,
Do it.
because I haven't had the opportunity to see the progress.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to move forward with a 7-minute round. I'm going to start off with Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Hello? Good.
We're hearing you now.
Good afternoon. I wasn't sure if you were hearing me. Good afternoon. Testifiers, good afternoon to all my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience. And Commissioner, I guess my line of question will be a little different, but still a little focus on what you're doing here. Because a couple of things that stood out to me that I have some questions. And before I ask my question, I am not an engineer, I'm not a contractor, I'm not a builder. but I watch a lot of the drawings and I seen a lot of hangovers. And I can recall prior to Hurricane Hugo especially, a lot of homes and structures was built with big hangovers. And they cut them off in order to be able to strengthen the homes. And a lot of construction today, you don't see these hangovers. And I'm trying to figure out how are we going back to these type of design with these large, big, open up areas. I want to understand the concept of this because for me, from what I learned through Hurricane Hugo and now Hurricane Maria and Irma, the less hangover, the more secure roofs are. So somebody help me a little bit with that.
So I'll allow Ms. Coward to speak on the design because I'm just like you, Senator.
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson, and I appreciate your question. It's a very good question. And in general, overhangs are avoided, especially in residential construction, because of the higher wind resistance that is needed for overhangs. However, we are making the roofs steel frame, and we are putting measures in place so that our overhangs will perform during the storm, and they will also provide shade for our students to be able to walk between the buildings during class and be covered from the rain. And that was something that was requested by the principals. Originally in the design, we did have the overhangs, but we did not cover the walkways because it's very expensive to cover the walkways because that has to meet the uplift requirements as well. But because we got a little more money from FEMA than we intended, we have asked for covered walkways, so you're going to see those as well. But excellent question. Thank you.
And then in following up with this question, those big overhangs that we're seeing, are they approved by FEMA based on our hurricane codes and the design?
Yes, they are. They went through both FEMA and DPNR, and we had to put extra steel in order to do it because we are in the highest wind category, and the engineers gave us a choice. They said we could lighten the steel a little bit, but we said no, we're going to harden it. So it's good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now, this is my big question here, Commissioner. The Education Administrative Center, which is found in the Diageo building, which anybody on the island of St. Croix know. What took place when Diageo utilized that building for storage in their rum, how the mold take over and infestate the entire highway, not just the building. That building has to get pressure washed on a regular basis, and they're not storing rum here. And being right in proximity of the Crucian rum that have the mold fungus all over that area, what are we doing putting our Education Administrative Center there, which we know, I don't know who don't know, but I know you're guiding that. Look at Human Services that are right above there. Anything they got, any vehicle they park there has that black smut on it continuously. So please, somebody help me. Somebody help me as to why we're going to utilize that building that every time they pressure wash it, that black smog come right back on it. At one time, the whole highway intersection was loaded with that black mud. Please help me.
Ms. Coward, can you speak to the design?
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson. You make a very good point, and during the process of purchasing the property, we did obtain from the purchaser a clean letter for the building. We also have plans not to use the buildings as is. We are going to go in and renovate them, put in insulation and new air conditioning and everything so that the buildings are clean and safe, and the air conditioning will also have fresh air intake so that we don't have a situation that creates mold. So there's quite a bit of work that we have to do. We are not going to move people into those warehouses as they are.
You know, we'll have to agree to disagree based on the location. And I stand firm about what I know about that area based on cruise and rum still being there. And every time you have any storage of spirit, the escape of spirit is what caused a lot of that black smut. And you just take a drive through there when you're ready. And look at all the properties that's especially to the west. People in Williams Lake could tell you about that. But we want agree to disagree here on this one, because I still don't accept us going there with that black smut. Commissioner, I really want to focus a lot on summer initiatives with preparing our schools them and making sure they're ready for when schools start. And I would like to hear a little bit more on some of the upgrades and renovation that are in plan and how we're going to get it done over the summer, what punch list you have, and if you do, I would like to get a copy of the punch list as soon as possible so that when we get ready to open back these schools, we can go together as a group to make sure that these punch lists have been checked off and the renovation and work that needs to be done in the school over the summer is complete. So I'll leave you to answer that one question for me at this time, Commissioner.
So, Senator, I can get you that punch list. I did not walk with that information today, as this is for the new schools and construction. We do have a listing of all the projects that will be done during the summer, school by school. I can definitely get that to you, and then the team and I will be back here on the 17th to update the Committee on Education and Workforce Development.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, this is my next question. Let's get back on target here. How is the department planning to address the issues of cost escalation due to delays and setback with a lot of these projects? Because as we know, every time that we get delay, the cost goes up, and by the time we're ready to start, the funding that we have is not sufficient for these projects. So what are we doing?
So I'm going to start off, and then I'll allow Chanel to go a little deeper, as that is her field. But the facilities master plan that we took our time to look at helps us to reduce our footprint, so that even if projects were awarded funding, we are able to repurpose some of that funding to offset some of the escalation in costs, in addition to the way that our response for proposals are designed. Chanel has a good way of putting a little bit of cushion in there for these types of situations. So I'll allow Architect Carwood to expound on that.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senator. First, I'll talk about the cushion. I've called it program contingency or a reserve. We have a master budget for all of the schools of our footprint of the future that were outlined in the master plan. Within that master budget, we do have a portion of the FEMA funds set aside in reserve. As we progress in the program later on down, then some of that reserve we would be able to add to future projects to supplement them if it turns out that they need to be supplemented. Our approach to address escalation has been to get the largest projects out to bid quickly, because if costs escalate, say 5% on a $100 million project, that's an additional $5 million. But if it escalates 5% on a $300 million project, that's an additional $15 million. So we have front-loaded the program and pushed things out to bid early and gotten the drawings started so that we'll be ready to get our things out to bid early as much as we can. We also have disaster recovery project managers, one on St. Thomas, two on St. Croix, and they are working to keep us at the leadership level informed of what's going on the site, letting us know when we need to tighten up contractors, and anytime they see something happening that they have a concern with, they are on our local eyes and ears as to what's going on. So we are working to contain costs because we intend to finish every project that we have on that sheet.
Thank you very much. You definitely answered two questions in one, because One of my questions was about the project manager and how their role will be played to ensuring that the successful completion of our school construction project. So you definitely took off two of my questions in one answer. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, you wanted to say something?
So if I may, Senator Johnson, I think that you and I are on the same page in terms of the importance of having project managers and the rest of your colleagues as well. Historically, that has been an area that we have been challenged with in terms of contracts that may be in play and making sure that the VIDE is managing and monitoring the work that these contractors are doing in our facilities. So we've tightened up a lot of the way that we operate to include having owners rep is what we call them, people going out looking for the best interests of the department. And I mentioned showing up to the site unannounced and just seeing what is taking place is a good way to keep our contractors on their toes. And so we're committed to making sure that these projects are executed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Chair acknowledges the presence of committee member Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, happy birthday to you. You're slowly catching up. Slowly catching up. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the viewing and listening audience, to, of course, the dynamic team at the Department of Education. I want to commend you, one, on the graduation ceremonies. I enjoyed them. I had my staff also attend, and so I salute you on how it was carried out, the timeliness of it, and definitely to all of the graduates. Especially notable was the Ivana Udorakan High School graduation, as well as the adult education graduation, seeing the number of young people who graduated. And I especially pulled out Udorakan because they had a young man who was a valedictorian, and for the adult education graduation, we had a young man who was the Sal, and he wants to be known as Big Sal going forward. So I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the positive energy, and definitely I am grateful for the new hope, the renewed hope that we have with our young people who graduated, because of course you and all of us know that the greatest equalizer that we have as a people, as human beings, is education. That's the greatest education. You could come from poverty, like me, and achieve anything that you want, like me and others who are here as well. So I really want to say kudos and press on regardless. Press on and keep the momentum going regardless. Now to my questions. I had an opportunity to sit in on this committee. I'm a member of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning. And on March 22nd, we had a meeting, and of course, ODR was here. I noted in your testimony you have conversations with ODR regularly. However, when I looked through your testimony compared to what ODR presented to us on March 22nd, it's a little different. Because I noted as a priority the expected RFP timeline for, and this would have been Q2 2024. We have already passed the second quarter. We had the St. Thomas Administrative Center. This is ODR testimony, and their information they shared with us. Lockhart K-8. We had Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver Elementary. We had Janie Tuitt Elementary, Ivana Udorakan High School, and Bowski Elementary Addition. Now, in your testimony, we're only seeing that we have, based on, and I'm looking at page 20, so if you could follow me. We have Benjamin Oliver. We have Ivana Eudora Ken High School. We have Janie Tuitt. And we have Yvonne Bowski Milliner that is there. We didn't have here Ola Muller in the representation from ODR. So I'm just kind of curious as to what caused the shift, and we don't have here in your bundle for on page 20 Lockhart K to 8. Don't see it. Okay, so you put in Ola F Muller, but Lockhart K to 8 is.
It is.
Is it?
No. It should be there. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, okay. So say that on the record so people know that I could be correct sometimes. Because you're a teacher.
Of course.
So I like to get good grades.
Okay, and we appreciate that. So in the St. Thomas Education Bundle projects is the St. Thomas Administrative Center, Lockhart K8, EBO, Janie Tuitt, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and Bowski Elementary.
Right. So why isn't Lockhart in there?
It's in design.
It's an oversight?
No. It's not a planned project because it's listed under the things that are in design. So some of the items in the bundle, in the St. Thomas bundle, are progressed beyond the planning stage and they're in the design stage.
Because you have, as you, and just let me know if this is correct. You have that design, what you had explained, architecture, Carlwood, that if they reach that 30%,
yes,
you then send in whatever approvals, get to whatever approvals so that you can now hire the architect and so it could be built at the same time. Is that the strategy?
That is the strategy.
Okay, so Lockhart isn't included in this because they already reached that threshold 30%?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, they are.
I'm getting some A's.
You could see on page 7, we have all of the projects listed.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the one I would refer to for a more comprehensive view.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And tell us about, now I have just overall a fundamental question because I'm looking at population sizes and I don't see Joseph Gomez Elementary School plan here, but I know there have been discussions regarding Joseph Gomez, and I know now you are expanding BCB to be K to 8. Are you looking, what are your plans for the Joseph Gomez Elementary School? And knowing that you also have E. Benjamin Oliver that is going to be bundled.
The plan is for the students at Gomez to move into a new E. Benjamin Oliver school.
And what will happen to the Joseph Gomez Elementary School?
That facility would be shuttered. It is not up to code. And what we receive from FEMA is not enough to rebuild it.
Okay, so when you say shuttered, what do you mean?
It would remain in the VIDE inventory for future use. It would remain available as a site of opportunity if there were a nonprofit that approached DPP to use it, or if another agency wanted to use it for something. But we don't have enough funds to rebuild both schools, and so we're going to do the rebuilding at Oliver.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Now, I wanted to also go on to where I've had opportunities. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to wrap up with this one very critical question I have. Now, relative to the Gladys Abramson school, I visited that school since 2021 when I became an elected official, and it is because I'm very much interested in the vocational courses. Everybody know that's part of my passion, to make sure that we have those vocational opportunities for our young people to learn and our older adults to learn as well. Now, is there any plan to demolish any of the buildings there? And if you could elaborate. I didn't see it in here, but I believe that in my visits and talking to your construction contractor, who's been very helpful and informative, they indicated that they are going to be some demolition. Similar to you, Commissioner, I do unannounced checks.
Yes, so I'll let Ms. Colwood elaborate on that, but yes, there will be the demolition of those buildings that were destroyed.
Okay, which buildings are you looking at?
All of the buildings that we are going to keep, we have repainted them. They're a nice off-white. And so basically everything that is still pink is going to be demolished.
I think it was like 1 or 2 buildings there.
Yes. I think it's 4 buildings in all, 2 in the front and 2 in the back.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency, and I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Ms. Colwood, I kind of trembled a little bit when you said that Gomez will be shuttered, because in my mind, when I hear that, it means that it's going to be abandoned, forgotten, deteriorated, and eventually become a space where you can have rodents, abandoned folks, homeless. And that's what I'm thinking when you say it. So I just want to sort of get you to reassure me that, you know, with everything else happening, everything else, all the glowing schools being erected, that when we evacuate, when we leave Gomez,
We don't forget.
that we don't forget. You know?
And I think we've been in front of this body enough times that has been the sentiment, especially with the naming of our schools and being able to honor the persons who these schools are named after. So all of that is being taken into consideration. Because it's offline doesn't mean that it cannot be repurposed for something good for the community. We do have to do a better job at maintaining our facilities and not just abandoning them like we have historically done. So your point is well taken. This lady right here next to me will insist and keep me on my toes to make sure that that doesn't happen. But honestly, the Gomez site is requiring way more than what was allocated by FEMA to bring it back to where it needs to be in this day and age, especially infrastructure-wise. And so we had to make that tough decision. It was tough. But we wanted to make sure that there was a school in that vicinity.
Understood. Regarding Arthur Richards, I'm definitely going to visit Arthur Richards this coming week. I'm glad that we've designed Arthur Richards as well as the other K through 8 schools. I think Lockhart is one of them, where you're going to have separate buildings for the upper students and the lower students. I had the opportunity to visit Lockhart Elementary School maybe a couple weeks ago, and the teachers, the present facility was something that the teachers expressed really grave concern about, the lack of separation. And I understand that this is an interim thing. Futuristically, you're going to have this separation and it's going to be well done. But in the interim for the next 4 years, for example, I don't know, I'm just throwing out a number, while we're still building Lockhart, is there a way for us to accomplish the same thing by implementing some sort of temporary mechanism to separate the younger children from the older ones?
Ms. Colwood?
We can explore that. We could ask the architects to take a look and give us some recommendations, some options where we could achieve that separation right now.
Yeah, I think
that's important. In the design of the new Arthur Richards, you'll see it parceled out into forts. So you'll have the pre-K area, and then you have K through 5th, and then you have 6th through 8th. So it really is in the design and the programming aspect of it. One of the things that we do encourage is separate spaces for play, and you'll see that in Arthur Richards' design, and also separate lunch times, and there are different programming things that we too can do to ensure that there's minimal commingling of those students.
It's a beautiful idea. I love the concept of having that separation. My concern are just those folks who are there now, those children who are there now, those younger kids who are there now getting lost in between the 8th graders. I mean, I just think it makes sense for us to, if there is a cost-effective way for us to accomplish that, I think it's something that we ought to put some level of attention
to deal with it
accomplishing.
now, Senator, there's some things that the superintendent's office is looking at.
Okay.
For example, it is crowded. But then when you look at the data, you realize that there are a number of students who are out of district. And while we allow that flexibility to happen, we got to go back, because then you have a school as large as BCB that is underpopulated because the majority of the students have come to the west. And so they're doing some redistricting to ease up a little bit on the population in the interim. But definitely the new design will accommodate those things that you're speaking about.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. Senator Maurice James. Senator James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Commissioner,
Good afternoon.
and this is Ms. Calwood. I want to ask about the Executive Director of the Bureau. We know that Act 8717 was passed well over a year ago. And I was very happy to hear that on June 17th, we will have the Executive Director on board. I wanted to find out from you about the other two positions, the Assistant Director of School Construction, he says, who is an architect or engineer, licensed in the Virgin Islands, and the Assistant Director of School Maintenance, who has experience in building or construction maintenance. And have those persons been, this is a three-part question actually, have those persons been selected? And then what role does Ms. Calwood, as the Virgin Islands Department of Education architect, how is she aligned with the Bureau once the Executive Director is on board?
So once the executive director comes, good afternoon, Senator. Once the executive director comes on board, he will work with the existing staff to structure those remaining positions. But rest assured that Ms. Chanel Calwood will remain the owner's rep for the Virgin Islands Department of Education disaster projects moving forward. So it's a matter of him working closely with the team to put the people in the right places, but that decision will rest solely with the executive director and the governor's office.
And then how does the educational facility master plan, you said she will remain, Ms. Calwood will remain with as the owner's rep. So he will play no role in this disaster recovery project's new schools?
Yes, so he will have oversight over the maintenance of all our facilities and any type of construction. But Ms. Calwood would play that intricate role in being the owner's rep that oversees all of our projects and advocates on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
And how does the 20-year master school construction maintenance and capital plan that is one of the first tasks of the Bureau, how does that, well, I see there's the educational facility master plan. Will that be incorporated, or is it separate and apart from the 20-year master plan that the legislation calls for?
So in actuality, Senator, everything will have to work together, but it's hard for me to comment on that. That would be something that the new executive director will have to work with myself and the team as he puts together his 20-year plan.
Okay, and the then that goes also to the 50,000 petty cash system. Will then that, you know, as this new entity, let's call it that, comes on board, I'm just really concerned about a smooth transition, really, because for the most part, as the Commissioner of Education, your focus has been on maintenance and construction, and of course, as the chair of the Education Committee, I am very happy that your focus will be shifted to instruction. So that's why I am very happy to find out that the person is coming on board, but I want to make sure that, in fact, we set boundaries because there's a reason why the Bureau was established. So with the $50,000 petty cash system coming on, that's something that is presently existing, or is that something new that would come under the Bureau?
Actually, Senator, we did that before the formation of the Bureau, and again, it allowed the maintenance directors the flexibility to go and pick up a cup link or a wire, an outlet cover, or, those pressing emergencies that could cause situations within our campuses. One of the things I want to assure this body, as well as the listening and viewing audience, I have spoken to the new executive director. I am committed to working closely with him. We have already established good communication. I am open to assist him in any way as he transitions, and he has been keeping up with what's happening in terms of VIDE being in front of this body, of this body to testify on maintenance concerns. And so even in our informal conversations, we've talked about, the things that he wants to see as a priority, how things are generally working, and he's ready, and I think that he will be embraced by the VID family, and he will successfully transition into this new role. And so the communication is already there, and so we'll just continue to foster that spirit of collaboration.
There were a number of things that you said that I agree with about learning environment. And while we are here at the and I'm a member of this committee, the Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, we know, both you and I think we're both focused on present day instruction and learning, which we will discuss, as you stated, on June 17th. And so my questions are really focused on the new person coming in, because I am anxious to relieve you of that duty. Time. Let's just put it that way. Because, Mr. Chair, may I finish?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Yeah, as you know, years from now, children who are attending school, years from now when these projects are completed, children will have already gone from elementary to junior high and probably out of school by then. So for me, the present is what's important. I believe clearly that the future is going to be bright for a number of students, but for the present students, we need to focus on those. So I am, in fact, hoping that this coming school year, we will not experience what we experienced last school year as a committee and as a department in terms of addressing all the crises that came forward. So I'm optimistic, and I am positive that this change that we're going to see is going to be effective for the department and the children of the VA. So thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it.
And thank you, Senator. And yes, it will be a breath of fresh air to be able to focus on the instructional aspect of the work that we do, which is the meat of what we do as educators. And so we are looking forward. And again, I publicly pledge my commitment to the new executive director as he transitions into this new role. and my team and I will work to ensure that the work that is being done during the summer that may need to continue past the summer, the priorities that have been laid out by the superintendents as well as the administrators at the respective sites are priorities. And so, again, we've been in communication, and I do believe that it's going to be a smooth transition.
Before I go to the point of information for Senator Fred Gregory, I am going to ask you, Commissioner, just out of my curiosity, as Commissioner, did you have a say, were you involved in the selection of the Executive Director, given the role that he or she, and you're saying he, so I guess it's a he, given the role that he will be playing such a close and intimate role with the Department of Education? Did you, as Commissioner, were you a part of that selection team?
Right. So I was a part of the interview process, along with a representative from Public Works and representatives from the Governor's Office as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information. Then I'll go to Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. Based on the line of questions from the previous senator, I want to know if the Department of Education have come to, I guess, a realization that the organizational structure of education, have you decided you need to do this and fix that chart? Because from listening to it, there's some cross duties going to be going on here. I think it's important everybody should know what their role is, where they fit into this team. So have you decided to restructure your organizational chart?
So we have not done that as yet, Senator. Once the executive director comes on board, I think there will be a clear line of delineation in terms of who's responsible for what. And again, even though I may not have oversight over maintenance and construction, I still will be intimately involved with the executive director and his execution of the much needed repairs to our facilities and our new schools moving forward. So again, we're going to be tied together as we work for the betterment of the children of this territory.
And thank you very much, but I was not so much concerned with the commissioner, but everybody else should know where they fall in that chart so that people are be willing to take constructive criticism or advice. Because sometimes when folks say, well, you ain't my boss, then your whole team, that concept that you think you have, start breaking apart. So, that's my concern. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point well taken. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information. Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory's microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Department of Education team. I heard the question asked by my colleague on St. Croix, the previous speaker, and based on how this legislation is written, I want to make sure that we're clear. There shall be no cross-contamination of duties. So we should not find that there is any confusion about who reports to who. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance sits under the Department of Education for one purpose, for budgetary purposes. And that's it. And that's because of how the code is written. Not the code, the Organic Act doesn't allow us to create all these different additional agencies, if you will. So it sits there for budgetary purposes. So, and of course, there must be a transition period. So I think what the commissioner is speaking about more than anything else is how do we get to the transition? I think I heard one of my colleagues ask about the $50,000, et cetera. So there's that transition period. So everything is not going to happen all at the same time. But what matters here is while the Bureau has a new, is being stood up, what matters is the importance of the fact that we all understand that there is a review committee that comprised of the Commissioner of Education, the two superintendents, the board, and I think, one or two other agencies, but I think it's consisting of about 6 individuals. But in order for this to be effective, I'm just going to ask, and of course, this really is not a question that I should be asking or an ask actually of the Department of Education. This is an ask of the Office of the Governor, because that's the agency that's the entity rather that the Bureau will be actually reporting to and working very closely with the Department of Education. But what my ask is just that, you don't just bring an executive director, drop them in and say start to work. Look at the bill, follow the law, so we could execute this the right way, so it could work the way we intended it to work. And if, when the work begins, there are challenges based on how the law is written, you come back and you say, listen, we need to amend the law to accommodate this. But let's not batch this up. I think this is something that we can get right. I saw that, I was reviewing, and I'm going to wrap up, I was reviewing the executive budget over the weekend, and I saw that there is $5 million set aside for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and as we are building new schools, that matters. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we're going to be able to make that grade for this fiscal year, but we'll see. But what I think is important is ensuring that we are able to stand this up the right way, and not just throw the person in and we create a whole fiasco and a mess about who reports to who and all of that. The bill is clear. The legislation is very clear. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record. And I'm just going to ask my colleagues to please take some time to review Act number 8717, so we ourselves will be able to have a discussion and discourse about this particular piece of legislation to help to support the work as they stand up the Bureau. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Capot, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Commissioner and Ms. Callwood, thank you for your presentation today. And I understand that you wanted to stick to the conversation of your schools that you provided information on today. But I just have one question. As we are approaching hurricane season, we have been experiencing some unusual weather patterns of flooding. And I just wanted to ask, because many of our schools have been here since the beginning of time, and the amount of water that we are not accustomed to on these schools, how are you working on these infrastructure, stormwater issues, flood mitigation, if I may say, to reduce the risk of flooding at these schools? And the new building of these new schools, how, probably Ms. Callwood, this is probably, more a question for you. How are we making sure that there's a comprehensive set of measures being considered for any kind of hazard, flood mitigation?
Ms. Callwood?
Good afternoon, Senator. That is an excellent question. What we're doing is, after we get our federal consistency, we get a lot of recommendations and advice from DPNR. We provide that to the design build team. And as they move forward to complete the documents, one of the things that DPNR has recommended, for example, in the case of Arthur Richards, is that we not only provide proper storm water drainage for our site, but that we look at the entire watershed around the site. And we did that in the case of Arthur Richards, so we are putting in additional stormwater protection measures at that site. We're going to do that also at CHS, and anytime that DPNR recommends it, we will be doing that.
In regards to the existing sites, I know, for example, we had an issue at probably Lawson, where the drainage system basically collapsed. And so the water was rising in the courtyards into the classrooms. We were able to partner with Department of Public Works and some other contractors to assist us in fixing those drainages. We did it in one courtyard and it stood up good, and so they're duplicating that in the other courtyard. And so as we continue to prepare our schools for the new school year, we are looking at the roofing challenges that we have. For example, at Central High School, the leaking roofs and the leaking walkways are going to be addressed, as well as looking at the drainage at Central High, because the water just comes straight down into the 1000s and floods no matter how strong the rainfall is. So there are definitely some issues that are still being addressed. What we did is we asked for assistance with the scoping of those projects from the contractor, MCN Build, to help us to design a way to mitigate that in the interim as we're working on the new school construction. And so we'll continue our efforts. We know where most of our existing challenges are, and so those are the scopes that the team is working on to execute during the summer months.
Thank you. That's very important because, as you know, when it's rainy time, some of these schools have to actually close because it becomes then a safety issue. So I'm glad to see that Department of Education team is addressing those issues. Commissioner, in your statement that you provided on page 4, I just wanted clarification. As you mentioned, the department has established a petty cash system where maintenance directors in both districts have access to $50,000 for emergency repairs at our sites. Is that $50,000 for all 3 islands, or each island has $50,000 each?
That's $50,000 per district. So St. Thomas St. John has 50, St. Croix has 50.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Also, I noticed, I think in your testimony, also you provided beautiful presentation as to what the Curriculum Center on St. Thomas would be looking at. Are there any plans for our St. Croix Curriculum Center for improvements on that infrastructure?
We didn't include any pictures on the Curriculum Center, Senator.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Well, I thought I saw something about the Curriculum Center. So let me just ask about the St. Croix Curriculum Center, which I've actually been to. And are there any updates for improvements at that facility?
So I know that they are currently working on the renovations of the restrooms at the Curriculum Center. We did some work on the air conditioning unit that's up and running. I do believe there's still some questionable areas where there were some roof leaks that are also going to be addressed over the summer. And the goal is to have that office up and running for the new school year. So the team is working on those scopes as we speak, and that is the goal moving forward with the Curriculum Center. Currently, the center houses our IT unit, so they have been functional in the one area of that particular building, and so the goal is to have coordinators back at their home base to be able to do their work effectively.
Thank you, Commissioner and Ms. Colwood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So, and I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, I don't know if Senator Fred Gregory mentioned it, with regards to the existing staff at the Department of Education that currently deal with the maintenance and everything else that the new construction bureau is going to now be responsible for. Is it automatic that whole scale these individuals are going to transfer over to the bureau?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the employees under the maintenance umbrella, operations umbrella, will transition under the bureau.
Okay. With regards now to, I know the governor has suggested the move to the bundling concept makes sense, and the development of a super PMO office. What role will two things, the school construction team, which still exists under the Department of Education, I assume, along with the Bureau, what role will these entities play with regards to the projects that fall under the auspices of the super PMO?
So having a super PMO does not mean that the Department of Education will just turn everything over without having some kind of owner's representative working closely with the PMO to ensure that the different designs and needs of the department are being met. And that's where Ms. Calwood and the team will serve as the owner's rep for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. We have come a long way, Senator, and we're going to see our work executed for the betterment of these children.
Yes.
So it means having boots on the ground to monitor what the PMO is doing and to ensure that our needs are accurately being met.
I just want to make sure that it's clearly understood, as opposed to you saying, look, we invested a whole lot and, by right, we should have a role, and Ms. Carlwood, who has this expertise, is going to be involved and engaged. I just want to make sure that is going to happen, which I think having Ms. Carlwood, for example, or a representative have a seat as a part of the super PMO team. I remember asking a similar question to Darrell Smalls, who had the territorial hospital construction thing, and hospitals now falling under the PMO, and he has an expertise in hospital building or whatever. So the feedback that I got was that, he is going to have a seat there at the table. So, okay.
Ms. Carwood will also have a seat.
Okay.
One of the things that the Office of Disaster Recovery required just a couple of days ago was the name of the person who will have the seat.
Okay.
So Ms. Carwood is the designee for the Department of Education to have that seat as the owner's rep advocating on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Excellent. One final question before I move over to my colleague, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You mentioned in your presentation, Commissioner, about EWA, which has an important role in the educational system. EWA really provides the additional support to students between grades 7 to 12 who need additional academic support outside of their home school. I was curious as to whether or not we had a similar entity on St. Croix, and secondly, whether or not there's contemplated a similar facility for younger students who are below the 7th grade who may have the same types of needs that, if addressed, we can divert them having to the need to be a part of EWA as they elevate to the higher grades.
So before I allow Ms. Carwood to talk about the design of the alternative academy in the St. Croix district, Senator, the goal is to not have children in any alternative program. Moving forward, the focus is going to be on pre-K through 3rd. And the reason I'm targeting pre-K through 3rd with my team is because we start to see the gaps from then. And so our goal is to get our tier 1 instruction where it needs to be so that we don't have the gaps that we are seeing, right? And so in the interim, the team has developed a multi-tiered system of approach, right? And so there should be no students going or falling through the cracks any longer. We are expected to have basic child study teams. They're expected to meet on a regular basis. If a student is struggling academically, I should be able to see a 504 plan. If the student requires alternate services, there should be a testing schedule in place to get that child the support that they need. Over the course of years, we have not been successful in tightening that early childhood experience, hence why everybody needs to be certified, right? If we're going to teach, then we need to make sure that we have the credentialing to teach our children. And there has to be supports in place to drive that instruction that we need to see. So for me, when I say to you, Senator, taking the buildings off my plate, I would say probably will come off my plate maybe like November. Hopefully by then, our new executive director would be able to transition and take the helm fully, that we can do what we need to do to get instruction to where it needs to be. So in the interim, that's what we're using to deal with our overage students. I had my superintendents look at our overage students. I have students that are 16 years old in middle school. That's unacceptable. And so that child needs to come out of that setting. We need to figure out where those gaps may be and work on building those skills for those particular students who fall in that category. The goal is to not have any students not successfully complete the requirements to exit our system. I don't believe in dropouts. I believe in saving our children and doing our best to make sure that their needs are being addressed. So in the interim, while we're designing this facility that, in my opinion, is going to be repurposed for something else later, we are going to have to tighten up what we're doing in those elementary grade levels, and that is the focus for us moving forward, which we will be discussing with this body on the 17th. But what you see in St. Thomas is going to be duplicated in St. Croix. I believe in equity. I am not going to fix one alternative infrastructure and leave the other one behind. So, Ms. Caldwell, can you talk about the St. Croix district?
Certainly. Yes, Senator, we have started on designing a new Edith Williams Alternative Academy, and we have plans. We have plans to do the same for the Dunbarton Center on St. Croix.
Okay.
So once the team has completed the programming and come up with design concepts for EWA, they're going to turn their attention to the Dunbarton facility on St. Croix.
Excellent. I mean, I've spoken to some teachers who teach on the elementary school level, and that was something that came up to, the fact that the age didn't allow for the transfer of a student who may be disruptive in the classroom, disrupting learning for everybody else. I mean, need some special attention. It may not be permanent, maybe short term, but may need to be removed from that environment. There wasn't a similar space, a similar facility for students who happen to be of a younger age. I too dream of the day when we can have all our students educated in the same space and we have reading specialists. I understood that we don't even have reading specialists anymore who focus on taking things to another direction. Let me stop. But thank you very much. We'll have this conversation.
Point well taken.
Further. Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heilger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I know the last time I had a chance to speak to you about the projects, you guys had shared with me it would take about 7 to 10 years overall to complete all the schools. Are you guys still on that same timeline based on how far you're progressing?
Yes, we are. Some of them, most of it will be done within 7 years. If we take more than 10 years, a lot of things will just not get done because of cost escalation, and I am not for that. So we have been pushing to get our things out a bit quickly, and we do intend to get most of it done in this in 7 years. Yes,
Excellent.
ma'am.
I'm happy to hear that. One of the things with even just speaking to parents, they're concerned about class overrun, the size. And I think one of the things in building out, I think we talked about 30 students per classroom. Do you think that's a good number considering how children are learning different? Or do you think that's what we can accommodate based on how we're building these buildings?
So, Senator, that's a very good question. That's actually driven by the collective bargaining agreement that we have with the American Federation of Teachers. But I do think that it is doable. One of the things that I know that we need to support our instructional leaders on within our classrooms is how to do the small grouping, how to differentiate. How do you get your students to a place where your self-directed learners could facilitate their own learning after you introduce a concept, and then you can pull students and work with those students who may be struggling below level. And so differentiated instruction is something that has been on the books for quite some time. But what I think that has happened historically over the years is there's no refresher. Like new people are coming in and they haven't been trained, and the people that may be here for some time need some reinforcement.
Well, educate me a little bit, because when you say that the number is set based on a negotiation, aren't those numbers should be altered or adjusted based on how we progress in our society and how we know children learn versus negotiated numbers based on a union? I don't understand. So how does that work? So I could, in the public, understand a little bit better.
Historically, Senator, there are only a few schools that have 30 students in a class. Historically, our average is about 23 to maybe 25, and in the secondary schools, the max is 27.
Okay.
And again, it's about how you design your instruction, how you're able to manage that amount of students. And again, our instructional leaders do need that support. And that's the direction that the districts are moving in terms of supporting instruction, really demonstrating, how do I manage 30 students if I have them? What does a lesson like that look like? And really giving them that intensive support that they need.
Okay. I love the fact that we potentially might have all these new schools within the next 7 years. How do we make sure that they don't get run down and the consistent maintenance is there? I know laws have been passed, but living in this society, it's a lot of times we pass laws, but we just don't enforce them all the time. And then we're always in this situation of panicking at the last minute. What are we going to be doing this time around to make sure that the maintenance keep up with these buildings so we don't end up with serious issues within the first 5 to 10 years after they're built?
So I am going to allow Ms. Coward to elaborate on that piece, but two things I want to mention to you, Senator. Funding. Funding. You have to have funding in order to maintain. Another thing that the legislation talks about is preventative maintenance. Being able to manage our resources in a way that, the life cycle of our AC is 5 years. We should be on top of it to know that these 10 units are going down because they've done their capacity, so something should be in place to order new AC units. Not wait until the things break down for us to act. So there are different things that are coming forward through the Bureau that I think are going to help, but again, it really boils down to funding.
Well, you just brought up the air conditioning units and how the buildings are being built. It's almost like they're necessary in certain designs. Last year, I had a parent call dealing with special needs. He has a special needs child. And the classroom, he said, was hot. The AC wasn't working. I actually took money out my pocket and bought him so he could blow fans in the AC. In the classroom for the students. I was in shock when he called me 2 days ago to say that they're still using the fans I paid for and they still never got ACs. And this was from last year. Could you explain to me how something like that could still be going on when what's really happening with this? Because I keep hearing these types of complaints, and when I hear from a year before, okay, we're going to get certain things sorted out, and the parent is calling me 2 days ago and saying it never happened, as a representative, I'm concerned. Explain to me how this is happening.
It would be hard for me to explain. I would need more specifics in terms of that particular thing that.
Well, just in
person
general,
referencing.
with the air conditioning.
Again, it's procurement processes. We had some issues with supply and demand. We have to wait for large units, 30-ton units, to be shipped to the territory. So it's a myriad of things. The maintenance division has been proactive to order, some units that they have in storage and are able to swap out. But we are in the process of assessing and doing our best to get those rectified. So if you wouldn't mind, share that with me, Senator, so I could ensure that that's on the list.
For that particular?
Yeah, for that particular person.
He was saying the school is closing now, and they hope that they could get something done over the
Just
summer.
share that with me. Share it
I
with
will
me.
give you his number, and so you could call and directly deal with that class.
Not a problem.
Well, while you're here, I have a question to ask you. I wrote you a letter February the 2nd asking about a partnership in regards to some computers.
1 minute.
And I never got a response. I don't know if you're too busy.
I responded in writing.
I've been looking for it.
No, I responded in writing. So I'll pull that up and I'll send that to you. I responded in writing.
I appreciate you so much, because I wanted to hear how we were really sorting that particular situation out.
Looking for it right now, Senator.
Well, forward it to me. I will read it while I'm sitting here, because I looked for it, and I never saw it. Did you email it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, email. Okay. I'll look for it via email then again. And that was a couple months ago?
Yeah, like a week after you sent it.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll dig for it again.
I am.
But hopefully, once I read that, I'm satisfied.
Okay.
But the last other thing I wanted to touch on had to do with the schools and the operations. I know we want to build schools, and I asked the last time about technology and how we're going to try to incorporate that into the school build out. Are we still on the same track financial-wise? Do we have the money to build these technologically advanced schools? Because I want to make sure our children have that type of leverage to have the better future that we keep talking about. And we know between artificial intelligence, technology, all of these things are at the forefront right now. How do we incorporate that? Do we have the funding to get it done? And tell us where we are.
Okay, with regards to that, we did receive more from FEMA than we expected when we were developing the master plan. It's not a whole lot more, but it is a little something, and we're targeting that towards the furniture and technology. And we are also asking for support and assistance from the Association for Learning Environments. They're going to see how they could help us in that regard, especially in the areas of technology and furniture. So we do want, when we open our schools, for them to be full. We don't want open empty schools. We want them to be full and technology rich.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here my time has been called, and I appreciate the additional time. And Ms. Wells, I'll look out for the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Commissioner, if I didn't ask this question, I would lose a friendship with a good friend of mine who's into track and field. And with respect to the schools that are slated for rebuild, I was wondering if you knew which schools would have a track and field.
The high schools.
Ms. Garwood?
All of the high schools would have full-size regulation track and field.
Okay.
Yes.
His concern was, okay, does the Department of Education, are you going to be collaborating with the subject matter experts when it comes to state-of-the-arts track, the surfacing, the size, and all of that?
Yes.
Is that something that will be a priority, and will you be tapping, like, for example, the Track and Field Federation before you embark on a track that may not be, top of the line or within the current best practice?
Yes, we are doing that through the department's athletic director. So that would be the person to work with if anybody in the community wants to have input. We're going to establish a campus construction team for each major project. So we're going to be starting one for Charlotte Amalia High School and for Central. So, and for Complex, because we have an architect on board for Complex. So that would be a way, if you're interested in being involved, you could let me know, and definitely give your input to the department's sports director, because that person will have a seat on the table, as well as the directors of the music and the various other departments when we are finalizing the design.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coward. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just ask right out the gate. We know that the Act number 8717 spoke specifically, one of the sections, section 8, spoke, or number 8, under section 101, spoke specifically to the development of a master school construction, maintenance, and capital plan. But I know that you guys have been doing extensive work on a capital plan.
Yes.
So the capital plan that you're working on, is that centrally focused on the schools that are tied to the disaster recovery, or is it all schools in the territory, all public schools that are up and running?
All public schools, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And the reason why I asked the question is because then there is a requirement for that report to be sent down to the legislature within a certain time, certain when the individual comes on or when the bureau is stood up. So that's something that you could check off, that they can check off as they come in, that they can immediately get down to the legislature so we could have a discussion on it. I know that there's been extensive discussion on it, but it's important that we see it submitted to the legislature. Okay?
Okay.
Now, this is a lot to discuss. The location. So, and the one thing that I will say, Mr. Chair, is at some point, I wish that today, when we had the discussions with our respective departments and agencies, that we did have Whit O'Brien here. Because Whit O'Brien is an important part of our ability to move these projects along. Is that correct, Ms. Colwood?
They are an important part in terms of getting FEMA approvals.
Yes. So let me ask you, projects that, let's start with Alexander, well, this is I pulled out the wrong one, Arthur Richards. That school is currently work is being done currently, right?
Yes.
Is that within budget?
No.
How much is it over?
We are still negotiating with them, but we have requested changes, and we're waiting to negotiate the additional cost for the changes that we requested.
Okay, so the changes that you're requesting, is it within, is this y'all have these fancy names, 420 and that kind of
Yes,
name.
yes.
Is it within what's that number?
The 428. 428 program, yes.
It's within the 428 program. So we
Yes.
do not have an overage outside of the 428 numbers.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are not over budgeting our projects, and then there is a situation where you all have to come before the legislature to say, hey,
no,
these projects are not moving because of XYZ. We didn't anticipate. Now, I noticed that BCB, yeah, I picked it up right away. And you know what I'm going to ask. So BCB is now going to be a pre-K-8 school. That concerns me just a tad bit, because that school seems like such a big school, lots of stairs. You have to get to the stairs well, that's in the front. But how when we make this a pre-K, what school are we closing?
Well, we established the pre-K model across the territory, so Bowski's moving to pre-K 8.
No, just tell me what school we closing.
Only Gomez.
So you're closing, you said that in your testimony.
Yeah, only Gomez.
So you're closing Gomez.
Right.
To establish
EBO
pre-K.
open back up.
And you're reopening EBO?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so based on our population, if we close in EBO, if we're closing Gomez, so those children naturally transition to EBO.
Right.
Yes, and then where are we going to get these students from for the pre-K 8 at BCB? Because how many students do you have now in this district? About 55?
BCB is close to 500.
No. The district overall, 55?
5,500.
About that, right?
Yeah.
Give or take. So where are those students coming from?
So we anticipating some growth too. And so we want to make sure that we maximize the dollars to allow us to really plan for 40 years down.
And that's important that we plan for 40 years down. I'm just...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the statistics, you're just not seeing, the generation after our generation. That's all I'm going to say. They're not necessarily having babies. They're not having children. So I'm just concerned about seeing that pre-K 8.
So if I may, Senator, one of the things that we are seeing is the influx of ELs. We are up to 978 ELs in the St. Thomas.
English language learners.
Yes.
Say it so people can
English language learners.
2 minutes.
Very
So,
true.
Yeah.
Not wanting to rush you, but I have to move, right? So because I'm on time, on a time. So Charlotte Amalie High School, when are we going to see, and I was not on the floor when you spoke specifically about CHS.
Yes.
But, the question, the elephant in the room that everybody wants to know is when will we see the demolition of Charlotte Amalie High School in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Well, our last hurdle is to complete the historic preservation documentation measures.
And how far are we along with that?
Well, we are about 60 days away from having that information completed and turned over to the FEMA Environmental and Historic Preservation Office and our State Historic Preservation Office. We had a meeting last week for...
That's enough.
Okay.
I just need to know. And the reason why I'm asking the question is because we have summer, and our summers are shorter.
I know.
These days, right? But it will be very unfortunate if when we go back to school, we're now in the demolition stage, because that's going to push it back, or is going to cause challenges for the students at Charlotte Amalie High School. You're going to hear people. It's going to be a problem, the issue with dust, etc. So, my concern is how are we balancing this and really planning that out? That concerns me. We're approaching. We are in another summer, and we don't have true word on when we will see the demolition of the oldest high school in the territory. So that's something that concerns me. So I look forward to having a sidebar conversation with y'all to hear more about it. Now, again, like I said to Mr. Chair, I really think that we are ripe to have a conversation with Whit O'Brien with regards to all of the approvals, all of the projects in the territory. That's something that we really need to focus on in the 35th legislature. Now, let's go back to the school construction very quickly and Maintenance Bureau. So, and again, I know, Commissioner, you're not ultimately responsible, but it's very near and dear to you, right? So, one of the things that we talked about while we were moving on this legislation, may I continue, just to wrap up, is the fact that, we want to see a true bureau stood up and not a situation where, there's conflict between what space belongs to who, etc. And we have a number of schools that have closed throughout the territory because of a reduction in our population and of course, challenges with the infrastructure. So the thought process was that we would see a school or a government structure or building in each respective district that will in fact house the bureau. I mean, we've had conversation with this with the chief of staff. It's not necessarily in the legislation, but if we go back and look at the transcript, it was heavily discussed in our discussion around the measure. So that is of concern to me. And I'm going to close by just asking you on the chair's time, because my time has been called, to please respond to me with regards to the situation, well, not the situation, with the distribution of the tablets to our schools in both St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Croix district. How did that go? How many tablets we were able to distribute? And what were the challenges with some of the distribution based on the timing, etc.? Thank you. On the chair's time.
Thank you very much. You may respond.
So I would need to go back to my notes to get the exact amount for each of the districts, but the distribution of the tablets went well. We do have some that are still in our possessions, and my team has been calling the parents to come in. Once parents come in, we have the Heritage Wireless Agreement that they sign off on and receive their own copies that explains the utilization of the tablets. Tablets are being owned by the students and the issues with the SIM card, etc. Parents were very grateful, students were elated, and so it went very, very well. And so while we may not have been able to jump on top of that initiative early on, we were successful enough to get over 1,200 devices into the hands of families across this territory. So 0 and then 1,200, I'm okay. If the opportunity arises where the extension is given by Congress, we definitely will pursue some additional devices for our families. At the end of the day, it's about getting the equipment, the technology into the hands of our children to assist them in their utilization of that to get their work done. I remember one student very elated and said, oh, I have my own device to do my iReady. iReady is the intervention program that we utilize, and one of the things that the students have been doing is keeping track of their time on task on iReady. They get rewards and different things at their respective school. And so in a household where devices have to be shared, the student had the opportunity to get on and log on more. So there's some benefits to it. Again, we are still aggressively looking for those parents that didn't come, and we are still calling. The goal is to get all distributed to our families in the territory.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. And, hello? Oh, I do appreciate my colleague for bringing that up so you could share, especially with the public. But the letter I actually mentioned before that I wrote to you on February the 2nd had to do with the Heritage Wireless and my concerns. Now, while our children, I was very elated that they were able to get computers. As a representative of the people, I was concerned about personal information being in the hands of individuals that might have done things to harm those very same children. I have a simple philosophy. A pedophile could give a child a candy, but it doesn't mean they're not going to molest them. And at the end of the day, with this data and information in the hands of what was reported to us was individuals that have done some very unscrupulous things. I was very concerned as to the safety, the security, and the protection of our children of this territory. I am happy they got computers, but I will be happier if their data is secure. So I'll look out for the letter, or you could also respond and tell me what was done in regards to that. Thank you.
So thank you, Senator Heiliger, and I have my team looking because I couldn't get it up on my phone and I don't have my computer. Your point is well taken, and the concerns that were raised by the community were valid concerns that I brought back to Heritage Wireless in terms of protecting the safety of the information that was shared. They do have third parties that do protect the information, and again, everything is uploaded into the database of the federal government. One of the issues that arose from parents' inquiry was the fact that this affordable connectivity program was in place for quite some time. And so there were families here that already participated through human services. And so because they participated through human services, when you put their names to the database a second time, it was flagged and they were not eligible for the tablets. So we've had to explain to parents, this is how it works. It's a federal program, it's not mine. I wish every child could get one. It's one per family, and just educating our people. But Senator, your point is well taken. There was some information shared with the community that people's full social security information was shared. That's inaccurate. It was the last 4 digits. Some people opted not to put their social securities on the forms. They were kicked back because they did not fill out the requirements by the federal government. And so those were the cases that we were encountering. But Senator, I did question, and I'm going to find that correspondence because I did respond to your inquiry. Well taken.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just going back quickly to the schools, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. And I know, Commissioner, one of your primary concerns is, we can do all things with regards to the maintenance of our school through funding, and I have to agree with you. But one of the 2 things that we did as legislators, and I think it's very important for me to share this and put it on the record, because you continue to refer to funding. We moved legislation. My colleague moved this site, the South Shore Enterprise Zone in St. Croix. That was about, I must say, 3 years ago. And that's a huge economic driver for the Island District of St. Croix, or for the territory. When he moved that legislation, as our current Senate President, I tacked on a percentage, whatever business income that South Shore Zone generates. I can't remember the percentage right now. It's not. I don't have it in front of me, but there's a percentage of those funds that comes to the GVI for the purpose of maintaining our schools. So it's very important for us to ensure that we are able to stand up the South Shore Zone, the South Shore Enterprise Zone in St. Thomas. Also, in this district, when we moved the legislation for the Port Authority to utilize the property of the former Cankrine for the transshipment point for the Leeward Islands. I think we're supposed to be sharing. St. Croix would be Leeward, and St. Thomas, I think, will be the Windward, or vice versa, whichever one is closer, right? There's also a 1%, that in that instance, there's 1% of the business income goes to the maintenance of our schools. And any of the properties that we have, that are now that were previously schools in the territory, that the government may choose down the road 10, 15, how much ever years from now, because things will change. Those properties, whatever businesses is conducted in those properties, a portion of their business income has to come back to the Department of Education or to the schools. Let me just say to the schools, because we don't have the Bureau. To the schools for the purposes of maintaining and constructing new schools if that's necessary. So I want to make sure that we understand that when we move this legislation, we didn't move it absent of seeking out revenue sources. We just have to move on getting those projects and those economic development projects stood up so our children can begin to benefit from them. I thought it was important, Mr. Chair, for me to put that on the record. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Novel Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner, Ms. Callwood. Is the Executive Director of the School Maintenance Bureau public at this time? Can you give the name of who that person that have been selected?
I prefer not to, Senator. I would err on the side of Government House making that announcement.
Okay, I thought that was public already. No problem. So I heard a little bit of hedging occurring when we talk about this executive director and the scope of responsibility of the executive director. But from my reading of the legislation and my involvement of the legislation as well, this person will report directly to the governor. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Which means, and then work closely with the Commissioner of Education and the superintendent of each to determine the current and future needs of education facilities. Which means, again, there will be no reporting mechanism where this individual will be required to report to the Commissioner of Education. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I heard you talk about the owner's representative and in your discussion, and that Ms. Colwood will continue to be the owner's representative, but then any concern that she may have in regards to school maintenance will have to be brought to the attention of the governor or communicated across the chain to this executive director, but there is no mandate that could be put on the executive director by the owner's representative. Are you aware of that?
Senator, can you repeat that?
I'm saying that again, when in your conversation, I'm hearing a little bit of hedging that's occurring, but I'm very concerned that, we want to make sure that there is no contradiction, that there is no issues here that prevent this entity from being able to run effectively. And clearly, if there's any concern that is brought to light by the owner's representative that you spoke about, that concern then has to be raised or brought to the governor's attention as the owner, and then certainly then passed on or passed down to the executive director. There's no mandates that could be put from the rep to this executive director. Are you aware of that?
So the owner's rep serves as the advocate on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. And I need to make this absolutely clear to everyone, including the listening and viewing audience. The executive director and I both report to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. And so if there's any situation that arises that we aren't able to have a collaborative relationship when it comes to the facilities, because at the end of the day, we still have oversight of the individuals in the facilities. And so there can't be where you over here doing your thing and I'm over here doing mine. It really requires a constant communication and collaboration as union issues will arise. And so I don't foresee that being an issue because we both report to the same entity who will set the tone of what it is that is expected of the executive director in working with the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Well, I look forward to that occurring, but my experience over the years, Commissioner, and I've spent 35 years in government, when you have those situations, again, when only for budgetary purposes, they always present some challenges in terms of that leadership and the leadership reporting. We saw it in LEPC, we saw it with Vitima at one point, and we even saw it with the narcotic strike force over the years. But I'll move on from there. And I just want to make sure that there's clear line of demarcation. And I think one of my colleagues talked about the restructuring that needs to occur just to make sure that everything continue to run smoothly, because at the end of the day, we all have an interest in making sure that our schools maintain in a timely fashion and maintain well. So I'll move on from there. Can you give us an update and what's happening with the St. John's School, Julia Sproul K-12 school? Any movement outside of the signing of the land for that school?
So the Julius C. Sprouse School is in Bundle 2. I don't know, Sinead, do you know when that bundle goes out? But I believe that Bundle 2 goes out towards the end of the year or by the first quarter of the new year. Julius C. Sprouse School will be solicited with Myra Keaton Smith Healthcare Center in St. John as a bundle.
Okay, and talking about the bundles, can you once again put on record the bundle for the St. Croix district is what? That's the John H. Woodson School, and that's a modernization, the Juanita Guardian, pre-K.
Senator, we didn't put out the bundle for St. Croix. What we did is mention the bundle that's currently out for the St. Thomas, St. John district. Well, St. Thomas schools, and then St. John schools comes next, and lastly, St. Croix. We have some existing projects that are already out. The Arthur Richards site, we have the Central High School new build that's coming along, and we're in the process of completing the 30% designs for the St. Croix schools like Latomaco, Alexander Henderson, and we'll continue our efforts in that vein until that bundle is ready for solicitation.
Any reason why there's a delay for the St. Croix school bundle?
I cannot speak to that, Senator, based on the schedule given by the Office of Disaster Recovery. They have situated it into 3 bundles, and the first bundle was St. Thomas, second St. John, third St. Croix.
That's it.
Okay. Is there any proposed additional school closure? At this time, I know that you spoke about one on St. Thomas. Is there any proposed additional school closure for St. Croix?
In the facilities master planning or coming up soon?
Coming up.
No.
Coming up.
No, sir. What we are doing in St. Croix, much like St. Thomas, is we're looking at the populations in our schools. There's a shift, and we have schools that are overcrowded in certain areas, for example, Eulalie Rivera, and so I know eventually we are going to move towards the districting that we used to do. I think over the years we've become very slack and lenient with where people are allowed to put their children, but it's now creating an issue where some schools are overcrowded. So that analysis is currently being looked at the superintendent's level, but there are no closures for this school year, upcoming year.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude with one final question.
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner, we know what we experienced in terms of a heat wave during our last school year. And I just wanted to know, there's a prediction coming again for this school year where we're supposed to see significant heat wave throughout the territory. Is there any plans or anything to avoid disruptions of our school as we undertake preparation for new school year?
So we did, I think our school that really suffers the most in the St. Croix district is the Eulalie Rivera K through 8, and we have acquired the contract. I think it's going through the signature process for the electrical upgrades of Eulalie. The scope of work has already been put out for solicitation of the closing of those areas that are open. You know, it has the brick lattice thing that has to be covered in preparation for the installation of the units. The units for Eulalie Rivera have been on island, have been stored, and so it's just a matter of all those levels or things being taken care of so that the installation can be effective. We did have a conversation around the repairs of the air conditioning units in the existing sites and making sure that they are maintained during the summer months. I will say to you, Senator, that Complex still remains one school that we're going to have to look at closely because it will not be retrofitted with ACs for the entire campus for the new school year. So that, if you were to ask, that would be the one school that would be the central focus for us all, because the other schools already have the infrastructure that allows for the air conditioning changes and minor upgrades compared to what would be required at Complex, at St. Croix Educational Complex.
Very well, thank you for your responses. And of course, we have a June 17th follow-up, and at that time, we'll continue to do a deep dive in what's occurring within our Department of Education. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Point of information. Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you're recognized for your point of information.
Okay, this is really more for, in a sense, clarity with respect to the owner's representative and for the public's education. Ms. Calwood, what does the owner's representative do on behalf of the owner?
On behalf of the owner, we represent the owner's interests in the design and construction of the projects, meaning that we are heavily involved in the design and we have to approve it. So there will be architects and we have 2 project management or program management firms on board to assist us in reviewing the thousands of sheets of drawings that come from each school for us to have our input and review and to provide direction to the architects. So that's a main thing. We ensure that the standards and educational specifications of the department are in fact showing up in the design, and that people are not just designing whatever they feel like it. Basically, we're there to ensure quality. During construction, we're there to support, we're there to monitor the construction. The Super PMO would also have consultants doing that, but we have the local knowledge, we know our sites, we know how to communicate effectively with our principals, as opposed to people who just come from the outside and talk to our principals any old way and do not consider their needs properly. So those are the 2 key things that would be our role.
Okay, and that's for the new schools, which would be
Yes.
construction, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Does every department and agency in the Virgin Islands have an owner's representative with respect to their projects?
If they're part of the PMO, yes. That was one of the requirements of the Office of Disaster Recovery.
So I'm actually trying to make sure that, and because of my military background, I will say this in terms of chain of command and making sure that there are no future conflicts and avoiding that. Do you see the Bureau of School Construction, that's the name of it, and Maintenance, having any role in the construction of the new schools?
Definitely. They're the ones that are responsible for any school construction and maintenance. And so the disaster projects are school construction projects. And as the owner's rep, Ms. Calwood would fall under the Bureau and represent us when it comes to VIDE's interest.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification because it almost seemed as if earlier when you said she was the Department of Education's owner's representative, it was almost as if, in my mind, I know that the owner's representative provides advice during the design and construction process, which the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance would be involved in. So I just wanted to make sure that we have clarity with respect to the roles, as this new legislation is going to change the dynamics between the Commissioner of Education and the owner's representative and the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. And, the owner at the end of the day really is the government of the Virgin Islands for all these projects.
Mm-hmm.
And the person who oversees the government of the Virgin Islands is the governor of the Virgin Islands. So ultimately, I think that's why the legislation was written the way it is, one master in that sense, to make sure that everything falls in place with regard to all these projects. Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you, Senator James. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think after further querying, and I did hear some concern as well coming from our Senate President with regards to the implementation with the setting up of the Bureau and I think what we're hearing coming from the leadership of the Department of Education, but like I said earlier, I truly believe that, you can't do one and done on this. So it has to, we have to stand it up, and I'm praying that, the wisdom will prevail, that it will be an incremental stand up. So my antennas did go up as well when the commissioner made the comment about the current lead, Ms. Colwood, will remain as the owner representative. I believe that's part of the incremental process, that, you can't just push everything all at once. So they will all work together, but at some point, those types of decisions will be made as to how that would look down the road. So I think we have to give it an opportunity to run its course, because if we don't, then there's going to be a lot of conflict and we're not going to be able to see true movement. And we know, well, many of us don't know, but I know what level of convincing I had to do to get the Department of Education to finally buy into this. So we're still hearing a little inkling of hedging, but let's pray that the gentleman who's coming to lead the Bureau understands the law, and he will work in tandem with the Commissioner of Education. So, I do agree, team, I do agree that Ms. Colwood, still will have to be doing some work. You just can't, she's been at this for what? How long, Ms. Colwood?
Many years,
No,
7 years.
The past 7. So you can't just say, hey, take, I done. So there's that work in progress. So we just have to make it work. I just think is how we express, the whole situation as it stands right now. So I do have hope, and I'm encouraged that we're going to make this work the right way. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So if I may, Senator Potter, I totally agree with Senator Fred Gregory. Again, I have met with the executive director. If there's anything that needs to be fleshed out, it will be fleshed out. If there's something that is simply not working with the legislation and needs to be amended, that would not be the first time that we've brought stuff back to this body. And believe you me, if I feel that it's conflicting with what we needed to get done, then we'll have those conversations. But one of the things that the executive director has been doing is really studying the way things operate in the territory, watching Senate hearings. He's actually watching today. Asking questions about existing employees and their roles and responsibilities, wanting to dive into making a difference, is homegrown. And so I really feel like even if it seems unknown territory because we've never done it before, that we will make it work. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us. And he may be over maintenance and construction, but it's all about the children and the employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, who I have to answer to. And so if that means me advocating more for them, then that's what I'll do. But we will work together to get it done. So I'm very much convinced. I can't speak too much about it, but Ms. Colwood will play an intricate role in this process.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Well said. We still have to trust the process, and hopefully we have entrusted the leadership of this new department in the hands of an individual who has some leadership abilities, some level of experience, some know-how, and he has the time to, like you mentioned, Commissioner, to review, digest the bills, and, bring a level of of expertise and care in making this transition, and hopefully it'll be in the best interest of us all. We are all rooting for a successful transition. So I am generally a optimistic person. So I'm going to be very optimistic that this transition will go smoothly. Senator Kenneth Gittins. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your 7 minutes. Am I seeing Senator Gittins on the floor? Okay.
Mr. Chair, he just stepped away for a quick second. I have a quick point, if you allow it. In the meantime, Senator Francis.
You can proceed with your point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much. And again, Commissioner, in this whole discussion, I want to reiterate that it's so important that we create structures, that is written, because you're commissioner today, there's someone else that could replace you as commissioner in the future. These plans are not being written for here and now. The documentation have to be put in place so that if when ever Ms. Caldwell decide that she no longer wants to do what she's doing and move on to something better and greater, then we want to make sure that next person that come in and take on that responsibility will have the equal relationship with the new executive director. So my questions today is not geared towards the individuals that's here sitting here and now, but rather that there's structures that's put in place to make sure that the accountability continues. Okay?
Thank you, Senator. So has there been, I know we're anticipating, the executive director coming. Have we been doing anything as far as preparation for the staff, the internal staff? Are they basically in a holding pattern until when the new executive director comes? Or have they been advised as to how this thing is going to work, who's being transferred over, and all of that?
All of them have been transferred over. They are aware that the Bureau, the legislation was approved. That has been made to everyone's knowledge. In terms of who the executive director is and what his intentions may be, they have not.
Right.
Until that individual comes on board, those meetings will not be held. I will not lead something that's not under my purview any longer. So when he comes on board, his first day is the 17th, and he reached out today, wanted to sit and meet with me. I told him, well, you can meet me in the Senate, because we're going to be in here on the 17th. If you want to come in, you can, but no pressure. We will do our best to continue the work. And again, it's so important that we don't just throw everything at him, that we give him the opportunity to get his feet wet. He has not worked in the Virgin Islands. So you're from the Virgin Islands, but you haven't worked here yet. And so just getting acclimated with how things are done and introducing himself to the employees, all of that needs to take place before he really takes over this particular role.
Understood. So what sort of numbers are we talking about as far as the team of individuals who are being transferred over? Has NOPAs been prepared?
So the NOPAs still exist. They're still under the VIDE umbrella.
Okay.
Funding is at VIDE. NOPAs and funding go hand in hand.
Right.
And so they're VIDE employees that are under the Bureau.
Okay.
So it's a matter of just shifting their perspective. No longer will they report to me. They will report to the executive director, who will have oversight over any organizational changes in accordance with the law, as well as making sure that people are in the right places as well.
Correct.
And so, again, we've had some informal conversations around it. I've made myself available, and I will continue to do that because I have a vested interest in our facilities to ensure that good instruction could take place in them. And so we'll just continue to work together. And again, Governor Bryan will lead the charge as having oversight over both of us and set the tone for what he expects to see moving forward with this bureau.
How many employees are we talking about?
Offhand, Senator, I need to get back to you.
Okay. And I would imagine
About 100.
maybe like 100.
100 and change, yeah.
And they would have to receive new NOPAs.
No, there's still VIDE employees. No NOPAs, nothing.
But as far as the division that they're working
Right,
at,
so
and that specific NOPA should have
the school bureau,
specific,
right, that's it.
Right.
Not classification and not VIDE being removed from it or anything like that.
Okay, I'll stop. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This set of discussion here with this establishment of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance just threw me totally off. And I say that because, this is, we're supposed to be paving the road, and it's supposed to be a smooth road. And as you look at things and see how things are going today, it could be messy. And bureaucracy is a thing. Now, when people don't know the org chart or don't know who they answer to, the job spec and whatnot, it creates a lot of confusion. And as I sit here and listen to the discussion with this, I think back and my mom talking about, rest her soul, talking about where all the skilled people once worked in government and being under the Department of Public Works and them putting in their work orders, and these skilled individuals will come to the respective agencies and do the repairs. But here, we're seeing the good intent of this measure. But colleagues, truly, I think we need to relook this Act number 8717, specifically subsection 102B, number 1, where it says that the executive director shall report to the governor and work at the pleasure of the governor. Working at the pleasure of the governor, is not a problem, but it's a reporting to the governor. It ain't just this governor, it's any governor. And if we continue to politicize these things, this is where you're going to have individuals, subordinate individuals, telling a commissioner or a superintendent or something, I don't work for you, I work directly for the governor. And this is going to create some confusion. But I'm going to leave that alone. Commissioner and your team, Ms. Calwood, I really have to tip my hat to you guys, because, you all are trying your best, but it just seems like we're not getting anywhere. 7 years, here we are today, not millions of dollars, but billions of dollars. And we're talking about 7 years ago, and today, I must say, it's almost like nothing significant to show. I remain concerned about our schools being closed because of the power and the water failures that we've been having. Almost on a weekly basis, I'm getting a number of complaints in the District of St. Croix that there is no generator at the curriculum center. And that's where the motherboard is at for the internet to service all the other schools. So every time the power goes, there's no internet access at the schools. What's the situation with that?
Senator, the district has allocated some of their ARPA funding towards generators. I will have to check to see where that is and be able to report back to you.
I hope to be able to get a firmer answer on the 17th, I believe it is, at the education hearing, so that we can know, excuse me, that come next school year, this would be a thing of the past. There's, you know, I really don't like to do this because you're one of the working commissioners. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. But things just needs to get moving.
2 minutes.
We keep talking about emergency, and we're not seeing certain things done. So we got a message from one of my colleagues that attended a graduation the other day, and the message came back that this body needs to do what we have to do to make sure that the school have AC and whatnot. I think it was at the Juanita Garden. What emergency maintenance or repairs was done at the Juanita Garden, and particularly also told about a special ed classroom. What work was done there?
Senator, I won't be able to get into specifics today in regards to particular classrooms. I will mention, though, that at the Juanita Garden School, several air conditioning units were installed without adequately looking at the load that the school can accommodate. When they went to turn on the units, it tripped the entire system, leading us to do electrical upgrades. The first phase of the electrical upgrades have been completed. The second phase is about to begin. It's already contracted. And so Juanita Garden should be up and running. I don't know if they're isolated areas that don't have functioning ACs, which the maintenance director would have to speak specifically to, but they should be a pretty well running school with air conditioning next year.
Okay, the auditorium is one of those areas. And if you could let me know for the 17th as well, what work and what the cost was done with the special education classroom.
Okay.
Now, how will these new schools be built to manage these concerns, especially with the air condition, etc.? And I think time was called just now, Mr. Chair.
Senator, you may wrap up.
Thank you. I may need it more than a little wrap up, but thank you. So how will these new schools be built to manage these concerns?
Well, Senator, the new schools are being built with central air conditioning, and we're having more than one chiller so that if one goes down, the school can still run off of the other one. Some schools will have 3 or 4 chillers. So that's how we're dealing with it. We are also extending the warranty from the contractor, so that rather than him maintaining the school for 1 year, he's going to maintain it for an additional 2 years, which would give us a little more time to get funding for maintenance.
What about standby generators, and will these schools have solar panels and battery systems?
They will have solar panels and battery systems, enough to power the school for during outages.
And nothing on the standby generators?
Yes, they will have standby generators as well.
Okay, and shouldn't all these schools have cisterns or holding tanks for water?
Yes, they will have cisterns. That's something that we had to really press FEMA for that. Even though there's potable water, they have to have cisterns, and they will.
Okay, and time was called. I'll wait for the next round, but before I go, I just want to state that at least we're in the disaster recovery hearing. And June 1st started hurricane season. So I wanted to make note that as I continue to, or the committee continue to review our hurricane shelters and preparedness, we have a hearing coming up on the 11th of June, so we should be getting more, but I wanted to say that I've submitted draft legislation to identify 2 areas, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, for residents to be used as a multi-purpose center for community members and a hurricane shelter utilizing CDBG mitigation funding, because again, we continue to hear about the millions, or rather billions of dollars coming to this territory, and we're not spending it as we ought. And I'm telling you, soon we are going to be in a predicament where some of these fundings are going to be recalled and we're not going to be able to use it. So again, we'll have further discussion on this, but the 2 sites to be used, one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas specifically will be the Charles H. Emmanuel School on St. Croix in the Bethlehem area, and the Joseph Gomez Elementary School in the Anna's Retreat area. So at the appropriate time, you'll hear more on these. Again, this is to be used as multi-purpose centers and hurricane shelters, one that will be able to be inspected and certified as a hurricane shelter with backup generator systems, everything to accommodate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you just one final question. Now, when I was reading your testimony, you mentioned that CAHS in the evening, you'll accommodate for career and technical education instruction. So I wanted to know if, will that be limited to, will career and technical instruction be limited to the evening hours, or will there be a continued career and technical component during the regular school day for Charlotte?
So there will be a career and technical component. We have a lot of work to do in the St. Thomas, St. John district to get us up to speed with how the career and technical educational center works in St. Croix, and Charlotte Amalia High School will be the central hub. All high schools will have career and technical focus, but that school would be primarily the designated location for day and evening courses.
Excellent. I really want to, and when we get the new executive director for the Bureau here, I'm hopeful and prayerful that there will be a mechanism in place to incorporate the school technical, career and technical education student into, the whole, the process of learning on the job, maintenance, et cetera, that we had a similar initiative back in the day. So I'm hoping that this is something that will get buy-in from the new executive director.
And I totally agree, Senator. We underutilize our current technical students, and what better place to get on-the-job training than in our own facility. So that definitely will be a continued conversation that I have with the new executive director, because that is definitely one area that I would like to see us expound upon, in addition to offering current technical certification to our maintenance workers who are also interested in becoming licensed and certified electricians, plumbers, construction managers, whatever. These are courses that we offer to everybody else where we're not offering and building capacity within. So those are the types of conversations that I will have with him and encourage him to really look deeper into that.
I'm glad to hear that. Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning today for Commissioner Deanne Hendrington as well. And so we're gonna conclude. We're gonna ask the commissioner to offer her 1 minute wrap up at this time, Commissioner.
Excuse me. Point of inquiry.
Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, again, Commissioner, my concerns on the names and some of on the institutions that are being closed. I'm hoping that you are still trying to determine how we will utilize these names. But also, it seems like we're moving to schools that will accommodate K through 8, and so eliminating the middle schools. What's the primary reason for this? And do you have any concerns about placing such a wide age range of students on one campus, especially with all the disturbances that we've been seeing recently?
Actually, it's a model that has been in the territory for a while in the St. John, on the St. John Island. I'm no stranger to the K-8 model. It worked back when I was an administrator, and the superintendents opted to try a different approach to the way that we are educating our early learners all the way up to 8th grade, and to be able to transition into high school. There are many benefits to the K-8 model, and one of the drawbacks that you have identified is the way that those schools are structured. Right now, currently, us trying to separate students, even though we've adjusted into the K-8 model, the current structure of the facilities really doesn't lend itself to how that particular structure should look like. And so in the new designs and the modernization, there's a clear delineation in areas within the campus that will house the 6 to 8 population, that would house the pre-K and K level, and that would house the 1st through 5th. And so as we move into the newer models, our infrastructure will support the shift in the programming of the schools that we have in the territory. Benefits to a K-8 model is being able to track your students from K through 8, allowing our middle school teachers to interact with our elementary teachers, to have deeper dives into student performance and exactly what it is that you want to see in terms of skills and progressions. It really academically can serve as a powerful structure. Again, the current infrastructure that we have is really hard for them to do it the way that we really ideally want to see it done, but we are transitioning as such as part of the way forward with education here in the territory.
So that first part that you broke down there, am I to understand it like it would be something similar to when you had the elementary school level, that you had a primary side and I believe it's an intermediate side, where you would have had K through 3 on one side and 4 through 6 on the other side?
Correct, Senator. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to look at the rendering for the new author. You would see it just like I've explained it, where the 6 to 8 would be housed separate and apart. And it really boils down to the programming. How we've designed the Arthur Richards site is our elementary students have their own area where they play and congregate. They may have shared common areas like the cafeteria, but with the correct type of programming and scheduling, you should be able to see little interaction between those groups. And so that is the type of design that you will see coming forward in the BCB design as well, and all the others that are transitioning into that pre-K to 8 model.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, thank you for that time. And I am sure that someone spoke about it earlier, but I just wanted to remind our residents about the USVI Wellness Fair of 2024 going on at the Educational Complex on St. Croix and at the Ivana Eudora-Ken and St. Thomas. I had an opportunity to visit there this morning between the Department of Health and our Virgin Islands National Guard and some military individuals that came in from the U.S. mainland. I mean, there's a spectacular program going on down there where individuals can get good dental care. I'm actually seeing that they were doing extractions, people with eye care, medical screening, mental health check, pediatric physicians there, and even vaccination. So again, I would like to encourage the folks to go out and remind the commissioner to also come prepared on January 17th to give us an update on, June 17th to give us an update on the EMS course that is supposed to be taking place in the school so that we can increase our workforce with emergency medical technicians and with regards to the school health technicians so that this coming school year we can see more healthcare professionals on each of our campuses. Again, thank you and the team for all that you're doing, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. That was extreme leniency. We gave you about 30 minutes, I believe. But today's your birthday, so it's all good.
We didn't have a last, what do you call it, a last round, so I utilized that opportunity. But I thank you, Grace, gratefully. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Commissioner, you've been here with us for quite a few hours. We are wrapping up now, so I'm going to give you an opportunity, you as well as Ms. Calwood, to just offer a 1 minute wrap-up.
So I want to thank you, Senator Potter, for allowing us to come forward and talk about where we are with the disaster recovery process. We remain committed to bringing our infrastructure where it needs to be. I am committed as well as Commissioner while I sit in this seat to work closely with the Executive Director and the Governor's Office with the transition into the Bureau. We definitely are moving in the right direction in terms of all of this funding that we have and really approaching our projects holistically with the $1 billion bundles. We've been able to get some good traction from some firms that are willing to come into the territory. This is a lot of rebuilding, and just like everyone else, we too are concerned that we are able to meet the deadlines that we have in order to ensure that our funding is stretched and able to fulfill the facilities master plan. So as usual, thank you for your support, and thank you to the rest of your colleagues for their support as well. And we just have to continue to work together for the betterment of our children. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I feel like I have to give you an opportunity to say something, Ms. Scott.
Well, my commissioner said it all. We want to thank you for your support. You've been here with us from day one when we didn't have a penny. All we had was need. Yeah. And we want you to continue to stay involved, encourage your constituents to get involved in the campus construction teams. Give us your ideas, your feedback, your input. We welcome that to make this the best program it can be.
Well said. Thank you very much. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting of June 3rd, 2024 is hereby, before I say the word adjourn, I would like to definitely thank our central staff who make our job easier. They make our job easy. They do a lot of the heavy lifting behind the scenes, so we do not take them for granted at all. Thank you very much, central staff, for all that you do. I'd also like to thank my staff for their efforts. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is hereby adjourned.